There we go. The name was it's still quiet stone, but we upgraded. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's the railroads. That includes
Good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead and call this all strategic planning work session to order. Thank you for being here. Just for the record, I will be exiting the meeting at 2:00 p.m. I had a previously scheduled meeting event that part of my attendance. So I'll be turning over to there for a second. So you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council, for joining us. This is one of the two big meetings that we kind of do throughout the fiscal year. We've got our strategic planning meeting, which is today, and our retreat, which is typically in February. Given that we have the potential, we're going to have at least 2 new members. Several of the items that we may have typically covered here, we're going to have a more robust retreat in February. Just kind of be prepared for that. I think we did a day and a half last year. It might be a full 2 days coming up because we pushed a few things. So keep in mind, today will be a little bit different. We've still got some great material to go over, some updates to provide, and some information to receive back from you. So it does absolutely have value, and there were things that we can't wait on. We need to update you on and get going. And there are some things that we're pausing, at least for a few moments on. With that, we've got our director team sitting in their portfolios over on the side. So thank you for that. Yeah. I do have, I believe you've met all of our new members with the exception of John Griffin. So if you'll wave, John, he is our new finance director. So welcome, John, to Team APEC. And you want to give a speech now? He'll do it at the retreat. Okay, so if you're good, Mayor, we'll dive in, go into the first item. Okay, so first up is our financial advisors with our community investment fund and capital planning review. Sean, want to introduce him?
I'll make a few comments. Jeremy and Andrew are coming up with DEC, so they are our financial advisors. You've met them before. They've gone through kind of some of our planning and modeling. What we want to bring to you today is conversations kind of that we've had from the past year, from the CIP workshop to the budget workshop, questions we've had, and just that observation of where we are with our capital planning and with that plan itself, and thinking to the future and where we, what are our real limitations, what are parameters, and what can we do. So this is setting the framework for that. We're trying to make sure that we have a practical CIP and not just a wish list. We want it to be something that we know, here's the projects, here's what we're doing. This is setting the foundation for that. This is not going to go into the projects themselves. That comes at later dates. We'll have more time for that. Once we kind of get into the December, January, February timeframe. But this is laying the groundwork so that you understand like where we are financially and what our future planning looks like. If you recall, we were setting up a kind of steady state through our community investment fund. And so you approved in the budget this year, the 7 cents went into that fund, which is probably the debt service fees, right? That's what goes into it. So this is building off of that to show you what that looks like now with the updated numbers, with the projects, and then what is feasible kind of moving forward. And as well as a few options for what could be done. And those are for you to consider. We're not asking for you to make decisions on that today. We're not asking for you to prioritize anything today, but we really needed to provide this framework because staff is committing all of their capital projects. And so as we start to structure those and bring those to you, there'll be more conversation. So Andrew and Jeremy are going to deliver that information, and then we'll have time to go over it. I'll turn it over to Jeremy now.
Great. Thank you so much for having us, Mr. Mayor, council members. We've been here in front of you a couple of times at this point, so thanks for having us here again today. I think we were at the last retreat back in October 2024. So looking forward to giving you an update. We've been working on things with the models and all the rest, as was just mentioned. So just wanted to say thank you for having us. Our DEC appreciates the relationship we have with Apex. Andrew and Dylan, our newest associates sitting here in the back. There's a model So I'm gonna turn it over to him. Once again, thank you. We're here to answer any questions you have. Please interrupt us at any point going through this to ask a question. That's why we're here today. So with that, Andrew, take it away.
All righty, so, we usually start with kind of our, where have we been and how we gotten here to where we are today. And so, starting this process, about, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now, since, we were introduced to you all, we're kind of moving to that next level, right? So, without looking at kind of a year-to-year kind of planning, we're gonna look at multi-year planning, but fit in our capital resources that council would like to dedicate to that. And then that really sets up, as we say, a budget within a budget, central capital size we start looking at. So as Jeremy said, we were here in October of 24, describing the policies and such. We came back again in January of this year to discuss updated policies. We talked with the finance committee about some things that we might want to bring to the full council. And then we were back here in February where I believe some decisions were made by you all on how we're going to fund in this year's budget, CIF, that was at 7 cents we had talked about before, as well as kind of adopting some of your new policies that might govern the CIF model, as well as some of your more broader financial policies you have to maintain your credit rating. And today we're going to give an update on that and then provide a couple more options for you all to look and see. Just to throw illustrations out. These are not necessarily recommendations, just to give you some ideas on how you might be able to fund additional projects if you decided to have additional revenue or how much we can afford the revenues that are currently. Real quick, these were the policies that were, some of them were already in place and a couple of them were the ones that y'all added in as part of the CIF. Net debt service no more than 2.5%. That you're going to be well under that. 2.5% of your assessed value is a lot of money that you could issue. By law, you can, but you wouldn't want to pay those debts, right? Debt service as percent of your governmental expenditures is 12%. We just kind of try to track that into the future. We kind of do some budget growth to make sure that your debt service payments are not any more than 12%. 10-year payout, which is very common, at about 55%. You'll have a nice mix of all kinds of debt. So it's not all 20-year, you got some 5-year debt, you have some 10-year debt, some other debt. When they're all compiled together, we want to make sure they're paying off at about 55%. That's being covered. And then this was one of the new ones, 50% or better in the CIF fund. That means at the end of the day, you want to have, if your debt service payment was $2 million that year, you want to have $1 million in the bank at the end of the year. Provide yourself coverage and cushion for unforeseen events. Maybe some one-time pay-goes or other things you might want to do, but it kind of creates its own credit so that that fund balance is never getting to zero, right? You don't want to see a model that goes to zero. That effectively creates kind of a, I say it and all my coworkers laugh at me every time I say it. It's one of my things. How low can you go before you say no, right? And so that's that moniker, 50% when we hit that kind of has a flashing light on the model. So the reserve policy, we want to have available fund balance. That's kind of your last bucket of fund balance, right? It's your most available money that you can do at the end of the day, 20 to 25% of your budget. That's a great kind of AAA moniker of where you want your available fund balance to be at the end of the year. And then, we have what happens if it gets below that. We like a range, right? So 20 to 25% so that we can kind of stay within that. If it hits below that 20%, we have a policy that will help to restore that within a 36-month period. And then available to you over a 30%, so additional 5% over that. At the end of the fiscal year, when John and his group is able to get the ACFR done and delivers to you the final numbers. If this available fund balance hits at like 36%, y'all might be able to take some of those funds and move it over to the CIF. And that might help fund additional projects. But you'll do that after the ACFR is done and y'all can decide to make those decisions. And that's just another way to possibly fund the CIF more than the 7 cents y'all put in. Formatting issues, yay. This is the current plan. This is what you have coming down the pipeline. We've kind of already somewhat agreed to fund. The Tunstall House, the town hall fits that, we were just about completed, land acquisition for a couple different properties and some 7th Street State. We're looking to probably go sometime next year, second half of the year, I believe we've thought about in 2026 to fund those projects. We also have the upcoming remaining portion of your transportation GO bond, $24.5 million, in case you know. Maybe hope to eke out a little bit of premium and get a little bit more money, because as we all know, estimates of projects from GOs 5 or 6 years ago are no longer the estimates that we have now for those projects. So we'll attempt to try to possibly get you a little premium there to spend. And then, coming up in 2028, I think Fire Station number 3 is the next priority that we have in here. And look on the horizon over the next couple of years, approximately $55 million. This is all in the model, paid for, no problems, don't need to adjust anything. These timings have pushed out a little bit. I think we expected to go maybe late 2025 of this year. So we push these to more actively targeting like actually this market, which helps us, right? Because as we remember from the model, it's timing and sizes that affect the model more than anything. We attempt to hedge out the interest rate risk. So as we start going from what I call the unnamed project buckets that we've kind of provided to you, we're starting to now dive into the CIP and look at actual projects you have. So the steady state we presented to you before was about 24 million every other year, starting in 2030. So as you start to look at some of these projects, you can probably start to automatically maybe start grouping these into somewhat $24 million kind of projects, right? Which one of these can be grouped together? Which ones can't? And so that might get us started to think about prioritization and projects. So the model is predicated on the revenue, which I'll decide to dedicate to it. So I can show you models, get you this 24 million every other year. And so you can all start thinking about when and what project for prioritization for your stuff. I will note that we do not have a lot of transportation on the major park projects in here. I only want to note that because traditionally those have been GO funded. And that requires a vote of the people, which requires a certain amount of time to get to the vote and such. And so we might need some direction from the board eventually on, are we going to pursue GOs for some of these projects? When might we go to the voters? What's our training schedule on that? We can start integrating that into the model. Well, however, I will say the 24 million we have every other year can be a LOB, it can be a GO, it can be a bank financing, it can be whatever we want. The node is relatively the model is relatively agnostic. There's my number 2 Andrewism. The model is relatively agnostic as to mode because we're hedging out the interest rates. So a GO might be able to get you a little bit better interest rate than a LOB, but it might require a little bit different timing we look at. So these are some of the projects.
Can you back up?
Yes,
So
of course.
can certain bonds only pay for certain types of things?
So when you go out for a GO vote, you are essentially asking the voters a question.
Yeah.
And that question is parks.
The geos, any
Right.
kind of project basically on that list, but the other
Yeah.
ones, I'm guessing, are more limited, right? Or are they not?
No, the limited obligation bonds are essentially the will of the board. If it's a capitalizable project, you're able to borrow for it. So
Okay.
you can fit those in. It can be fire station, it can be property, it can be most anything that y'all do. or want to
Yeah, any of the projects you're looking at could be done in either mode.
Either way.
It's just
Okay.
whether you go to a vote of the people or whether.
And the things we've seen before that are maybe smaller, the 3/4 things or whatever, I don't quite understand them. Is that just lopping onto an existing bond, or is that something that's a third or other kind of financing?
So it's a calculation of you're able to issue 2/3 of the amount of the debt service you paid in the last fiscal year. So if you had $1 million debt service payment last year, you could issue 2/3 of that again for
Okay.
GOs.
But those aren't separate, that's kind of,
Just another method
Okay.
of getting there. But yes, these can be put in any kind of buckets that we want, if you look at the voters or not.
okay. And the value of the GO bond is possibly a little bit lower interest rates and also maybe public buy-in because they're actually voting for it.
Exactly. And then on a legal technical sense, you're not having to put up any physical collateral. It's
Oh,
gonna
obligates
full
the
faith and
future-
credit of your
Yeah,
taxing
okay.
power. And so it's really great for projects that may be hard to be capitalized, like streets and sidewalks and other
Okay.
types of things that we might have to put up another asset in order to, fund underneath, but a GO can be done, you basically don't put up any assets that you're.
Okay.
Put up and pay the bills.
If we're building buildings, then that would be the.
Yeah.
That becomes the asset.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Exactly. Any other questions? As we always try to attempt to do is to throw out options, right? And these are all illustrative. We just want to kind of start somewhere to kind of give you an idea of what do we get for what, right? So kind of an easy way of looking at it is, what if we add another penny next fiscal year? So that goes from 7 cents to 8 cents, right? Going into the CIF fund. And we see in a generic, pretty relative sense, we go from 24 to 36 million. So now those buckets are 36 million every other year. And so we might be able to fit maybe 2 or 3 of these projects on the $36 million bucket, right? That's approximately through 2040. So we're looking at a good time period. That's about 220 million. Whether they would be LOBs, GOs, whichever the method that we chose. So again, if we add 2 cents, we get about 45 million every year, right? Or about $269 million worth of projects through 2040. And then again, 3 cents, you get about 52 and a half-ish, right? And so those kind of give you some sort of sense of what does a penny get, in a certain sense. And so how can we start fitting these types of things in? That's pretty much what we had to kind of throw out in as we start looking. I know there's probably not going to debate about active projects today, but as we start fitting in things, this is how we can go from unnamed projects to named projects being put into the CIP. Because unfortunately, I think you all, like every government on earth, has more needs than you have resources to with that.
A question on the math here. So if one penny could be $12 million extra capacity, why does another penny only to be 11? Yet another penny only give me 7.5.
So most of it has to do with that ratio of the 50% payoff to the debt service we have now. So I call it the trough. So when we get way far out, where we say no is when that 50% fund balance in the CIF starts flashing at us. And so as we add the pennies, when we get down to this one, we're starting to hit some of our guardrails. We're starting to hit up against that 12% guardrail, because even though we funded it with additional pennies, our debt service is rising, right? And so with more debt issue, we have more debt service coming on faster, and the fund balance to the debt service ratio grows a little bit faster. So it's not exact a 1-to-1 every penny gets you another. And some of that has to do with time. If we fudge a little bit and do 40 million one year, maybe be able to do 56 the next time or something like that. So this is just to kind of give you a sense of about every other year. But yeah, the math doesn't quite work out. One penny gets you an exact one.
The minute you return.
Yes, yes, you're absolutely right.
So, last year we created the CIF and we funded it 7 cents, which included a penny and a half of us being a little aggressive, right? Can you give me a sense as to how that level of funding for a town our size compares to our peers?
Good question.
They had that in the last presentation. I referenced Holly Springs, they're putting in more.
That's what I remember. Yeah, housing's like 11 or 12, right?
Yeah, and I asked why.
They had, to be quite honest, they had a pretty large project at that park coming up, right? And so they had a vote and told them it was gonna cost, 3 to 5 pennies at that time, and ended up costing about 2 pennies they had to add in once they had the reval. They got left with the reval and stuff. And so right now, it probably seems a little bit higher because you're trying to get over the hump of that, the parks. But I would say, y'all are funding it in a good place, right? I mean, I think it comes down to what percentage of your budget wants to go just to capital. And I think, I think this is in a good place. But I think there's room, y'all have room before things start to toggle the financial side of the guardrails we might have in the CIF. And I do not think that any of this would endanger any credit. This is not.
Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. You may,
I was gonna say, if we do, so instead of playing on 1, 2, or 3 pennies in 28, what if we stagger it and do a penny in 28, a penny in 29, a penny in 30? Like, is the roll up the debt service going to kind of keep us from that diminishing return kicking us?
And that would help, right? And so, right now I just ran a relatively simple thing. I think y'all are very much getting into this time period where we're kind of going from we created the structure to now getting all our what ifs, right? So this is exactly the type of thing after this meeting, we might come back in February later on as we start looking at the actual. I can gather all kinds of things. And if that's the will of you or the board will see those options, we can absolutely run all those options and see how it all comes out. But again, the more revenue you have, the more you can do, but we also want to make sure we're not foul of our financial status to work.
So what I want to add to that, so again, there's lots of options to consider what the model looks like. Another piece to this model, is if you do the geo bond, if if it's out there for the resident to approve it, and there's a tax attached to that, that's not in this model. This is a steady state model based on this. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. So if you do a geo bond for whatever amount of money for parks on your streets, whatever, and council decides that, look, we're going to do this geo project, you understand that it's X cents added on, that gets added. That is not, that's a separate piece, but it is another option to consider that.
Thank you. While we're with Sean and Jessica, can you give some context to this? I'm not going project by project, but big picture conclusions to
Yeah.
find this.
So using the models that we created with steady state, there's 3 pages. The first 2 are all the projects that we're able to fund. We listed the funding source. So we typically do about 7 million in PAYGO, and that's just through general fund transfers or capital within our operating budget. Then I included our grants and other governmental funds, and then I included all of the debt model years that we're anticipating right now. And for some of our larger equipment, we do rolling stock loans every year. So the first 2 pages is everything that can be funded currently with the steady state. And the second page or the third page is what is not funded. Based on cost, a lot of what we included in is 1 year in the guardrail of that 7 million each year. And 2, if we are looking year to year, if projects span multiple years, we don't want to fund year 3 when we didn't fund year 1 and 2, right? So that's kind of how we started going through and assigning funding to projects. Now, this doesn't mean that these projects would stay in this manner, but if we had these funding guidelines as is, this is what could potentially be funded, and that's the amount that's still left on the table. So it gives you the overall picture of our total, what they would look like, what we can fund and what we could not.
So is it fair to say that we can choose to swap things between funded and unfunded?
Yeah.
Because so in terms of the prioritization that you used, I'm kind of surprised to see Save Rock School kind of falling into the unfunded category because we've been pretty consistently prioritizing that. So what's kind of the criteria that you use to say this is the art of the possible, we consider this funded versus, we're going to leave these as unfunded?
Yeah, so one was the first projects that we funded with PAYGO after everything was projects that are due at a certain date, which is all of our cost shares. Then we were doing projects that are currently happening, so we need to fund that second year, which made our first year pretty tight because we're basically funding majority of projects that are active. And so that third page is mostly projects that have large amounts each year. And so if I couldn't fund them until year 3, I tried to keep it instead of saying, oh, we're doing safe routes 1 here, 2 here, we can do the third year. So instead of separating all the projects, just to keep it a little simpler, I did the projects in their entirety.
And you could absolutely
But we can, yes.
change that.
Yeah.
That's the debate, not today, but
Yeah.
future, you guys can have.
When we do the CFP planning.
Right.
This was just to get a total baseline. So generally speaking, we can fund about 215 million in the within this model, right? And then we're leaving that 300 intensely unfunded. So it's just kind of giving us an overall total, and as we move forward in the process, we'll be prioritized.
And this doesn't include a potential GO bond in 27. For the PAYGO stuff, you mentioned the general fund transfer. I thought the idea was PAYGO would be funded from the SIP as well. Is that the case? Or is it just that service?
Those are ones that we just transfer funds directly from general fund into capital projects each year. So when we're funding, the designs for the greenways this year, those were just straight out of our general fund, a transfer directly to those. So, instead of transferring to the SIP and then transferring out of that into, the recreation, because that was you did those transfers on top of that 7 cents.
You think that'll probably be the state going forward as well, as always be general fund transfers?
Yeah,
Just one quick question. When I go back and look at this again, is there a reason why we may have like a project that's in the funded category and then the same, looking like the same project? And I'm looking at like Lumberton Road Park.
Oh, because we funded, the total design for that is gonna be 2 million. We put in 1 million this year, so that's one of the only ones that I did double because we do have to finish funding that moving forward.
So we design.
So
Yeah,
design and then.
And that was also one you would cancel the bond for, so then the bond would be on top of, it.
Okay. Thank you.
To add a little more context, Marty, I'm coming to you next. Surprise. Just, can you talk about some of the projects that we've seen some costs escalations in even recent, because that'll inform us. 'Cause this is obviously future looking projects. We don't see things trending down. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, most recent one was on a $450,000 estimate. We got a $1.1 million bid. So, I mean, that was on a rather simple water line project. So, now that may be a little bit elevated because there wasn't a lot of competition with that bid. But in general, construction costs are still just high. I mean, site work is incredibly high. Where, you know, quarter, I was talking to someone the other day, and I think it was 3/4 acre site, and it was 1.5 million for the site work, on less than an acre site. That's really high numbers from what you used to see even 10 years ago, for sure. So things are just more expensive, and I don't see them going down.
So is there an opportunity for some of those things that we do fairly regularly to bring that skill in-house instead of doing that to rely on bids every single time?
That's a construction thing, and I don't know, I mean, we will construct small water line extensions and stuff like that, but we're just not set up with the equipment to be able to install large water lines or to do directional drills or do a lot of things required today. And the whole skill set of grading a site, we don't have that skill in-house. Not that it couldn't be done, I don't know of a model that looks that way.
No, but if we stick with grading, this is an example. So could we hire 1 or 2 people that do have that skill, right? We can rent the equipment when we need it. If it's something that we think we can do repetitively, right? And it might make sense to bring that in-house instead of have to rely on basically the whim of a contractor, right? When it comes to these cities bids. You don't have to solve it today. I just want to kind of put that out there, right? Because that might be a trade-off that works.
I think having this plan and plans like through 2040 may help us decide that very thing. Because we haven't really thought this far out for our capital things yet. And I think maybe this is a good exercise to kind of say, hey, we're down for like doing a lot of stuff, but with, we can kind of evaluate maybe more easily how much things are going to cost versus doing it ourselves.
Last piece that I want to, I'll ask you guys to maybe talk about this, but staff can certainly address too. The interplay of this model with, there's still an operational need that's associated with the projects, and that's not reflected here. So when you look at the projects we're going to build, you got to operate in some cases.
Yes, and oftentimes, we may help flag some of that. Obviously, you're building a brand new school, you're gonna have new staff, like that, so replacement. You don't have quite as much of those things, but yeah, we'll need to keep track as we start doing some of the major facilities. We may issue the money for the facility. It takes 18, 24, 36 months to get built. And so, in 2 budget years, you might know we're gonna have to have hiring for that building. They were issuing to get the building or to ahead of being in there. So we do need to keep our eyes on that, because yes, this model does not technically fund any operation. Now, but the fund can fund whatever y'all want it to fund. But,
That's not the intent.
but that's not the intent, is to add operations on both sides. So, and I think there was a good comment made earlier. We've been focusing mostly on the debt side of this stuff, right? Debt side of that. We are now integrating the pay-go side into this as well. So you'll start seeing that in the models, that technically that, I think we have that $7 million coming in. And that kind of sets our new level on what we can do on pay-go and stuff, right? And so you kind of have a new bucket for pay-go. But if there's a need for more pay-go, or you want to look and say, well, what if we pay-go that project rather than debt funded that project, we can start looking at those types of things. But essentially, we only had the 5.5 cents and that penny and a half that we added to go to 7 was essentially just to the debt service fund. So now we're integrating in the other side, which was your pay-go funding, which is coming into this model as essentially a new source that y'all already had. We just had it outside of this model at first, but now we've integrated all in, so the pay-go and debt becomes one conversation rather than 2 separate.
My question either for you or Sean is, so Carrie, I don't know all the details about their situation, but I know that I think they had some surprise revenue generation needs, and I know they had a geo bond, 2 of them that failed last time. So, and I think it's because of maybe related things with the finances. So have we learned some lessons? And it's like, is this model gonna maybe prevent in the future something like that happening here? I don't know what happened there exactly. I don't really want to just, I'm not serving, I don't serve in Carrie's town council, but I kind of want to know if we talk to them and understand what happened there and avoid some, at least geo bond election losses. That's kind of a waste of resources.
Isn't that kind of more of a political question? Like,
I don't know what it is.
Giovanni fair.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
I think
it's a combination.
It's partly political, partly mechanical. I mean, the sheer volume of what they asked for, I think, was maybe intimidating to voters. I mean, obviously, we didn't vote on it, but they were over 500, wasn't it over 500 million, or it was
Close to $1 billion.
close to a billion?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty big ask.
Okay.
But they also didn't lower their tax rate after the bill, so the tax.
Right.
So the tax increase that residents perceive, and then they want to add more to that.
Yes.
They do go that way. But there was a significant stuff.
Okay.
I think that's the key point though, is like it came after a rebound year. So people were stinging, like people here were stinging from it, like the rebound impacts on people started expel. And then they asked for $1 billion. Maybe that's not something you should do.
But I do think the model that we're using is the appropriate one used, because I mean, to me, it seems like from the departmental standpoint, the hardest thing you guys had to plan for was you got a project that's 5-10 years out. New council comes in, changes your priority list, you've reshuffled money. Now there's another reshuffling of the priority list, which requires reshuffling of money, delaying projects cost more. It seems as though we're moving much more into a model that's going to create a longer form of stability and ease of planning for everybody in the departments, and giving us the ability to maintain a good sight picture on how much our costs are going to be, or how much we can control the territory costs in a stable fiscal environment.
Are we saying one of the lessons, it makes political, and that's hard to, every community is different, but spreading out these things and kind of planning further out, is that kind of what you guys may recommend, or whoever?
Yes, I think what this tool helps you do is lights start blinking well before you get on. Now we have this something to deal with. The other those should be 2 or 3 budget. And so I don't know exactly what had gone on in Cary. They are not our clients.
Okay.
Let's say that, but so as we were saying, these buckets with the model being somewhat agnostic to the mode, if you fit a GO, so let's say you could do a $60 million GO or something, you could fit it in the 2 issuance for 30 million or something like that, split it up. We could show this in the model, and if the model did not show you any additional revenue to do so, we could go on the GO bond ballot and say no tax increase associated with it. Or we could set it up and say, okay, y'all really want this, really big parks project, package or whatever, $100-something million. We can put that in the model, spread it out. You're obviously not gonna issue 150 million or 100 up front, right? But we can start planning in the model so we can diminish maybe what the increase may need to be on the ballot. Because we now have to put that on the ballot, is what we think would be. If it fits within your existing model and your such, when we go to the LGC and say, here's how we're gonna pay for this TO, they would agree with us and say, well, you can put 0 cents on the ballot. Because we've already got it kind of taken care of with all of our other needs and priorities. So it's attempting to prevent what may have happened in some other places. But hopefully you're well ahead of it, at least by a couple of projects where you start seeing what you might need to do. As we said before, we could talk about different points where monies may be needed. There may be a large school deal, a park or something, you might want to say a future board gets to make that decision. Right? We're not making it now, they'll make the decision a little bit further in the future. So we can set up those types of things as well. That's what this tool is eventually trying to do. Give you a multi-year report, not happening in this budget year. That's why most all of this is still just kind of up in the air. Besides these projects that we went through before, this is all you're kind of committing to, not committed to, what y'all are expecting to commit to here in the short term. And so this is all plus some more.
And the next page on that page, how much is on that one right now? The total, the next page.
So in the next page,
Yeah.
this adds up to that. It's 100 and something million, because then we have the PAYGO. So what we have on the sheet here is PAYGO and debt here at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's about $7 million a year. So it's 100 and something. Yeah.
130. Okay.
Can you guys or Sean and Jessica talk about next steps? Where we're going, what the plan is?
So next steps in December, we're gonna come to you with our CIP presentation. So we'll give you highlights on all of the project submissions for this year. We'll bring the results from the resident budget priority survey and as well as staff scoring. You guys can take that information and that's when we will send out your project prioritization survey. So you'll have the debt information, all the project information as they currently stand. You'll prioritize projects and then we'll come back together in February. And that's where we'll really talk about placement of projects and where we can create more realistic.
That sounds good.
Perfect. And not to underscore the significance of what's happening here, you can Google, and there are communities not too far away from us that haven't done what we're doing. And so not every community takes financial planning to this level. And so I think thank you to council for allowing staff to participate in this process and bringing them on as our consultant, because this is extremely important. And in this day and age, you would think governments spend responsibly, but there are a lot of examples where it doesn't happen. So
What I really like about this model is the steady state baseline investment that staff can plan for, count on, right? So it gives, instead of the kind of the ups and downs that I think Councilmember Ray just referred to, it gives us a baseline to work off of. That's significant, and I think that's a big step forward.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
all right, ready to roll? Okay. We're gonna go next to the special event presentations. I'm gonna ask Lisa to come up and join me. We have a presentation in front of you. So we've alluded to this. We've had a lot of discussion related to special events, but this is special events from a different perspective. And you might be thinking, well, we've heard staff's at capacity. So why are we talking about doing more and doing something different? So what we're proposing today and what Lisa's going to go over is kind of a completely different way of looking about what kind of offerings we have as a town. And it's us kind of leaning into it, where we're saying, you know what, we are at capacity in our current model and our festivals, and we're capped out, but this would require some future investment. So we're saying we want to bolster those resources. We've got a plan where we can pull something together to start working in the short term, but long term, this is something we believe is worthy for our community, for the quality of life that our residents want. And this is leaning into it and saying, you know what, we're going all in on special events and entertainment. And so we want to give you that concept. Fair enough? Intro? All right, and Lisa's gonna go through it really quick as she speaks.
I'm gonna speak very slowly.
How long is that gonna last?
We'll see how excited I get. But one thing that I want to talk about is the purpose, and that's to create more adult and family programming, new special event options, staff resident engagement, and activate and revise spaces with a phased approach. So what does that mean? After 5 p.m., what is there to do with Apex? We don't have a movie theater, we don't have a bowling alley. Certainly I hear about what's going on with downtown Cary Park all the time. So how are we going to move forward with our event policy? Because we're not going to be Cary, we're going to be Apex. And I know that Wake County did a strategic plan for all the different municipalities, a 10-year tourism plan. And one thing that they were focusing on are 8 different priorities, and special events was one of the main priorities for them about, keeping us not stagnant. We don't need to compete with Cary, but we certainly need to be in the game. And so some options that we have for sort of expanding our programming, like right now, we focus on special events, and maybe we don't call this group special events anymore. Maybe we call it entertainment. We're going to make an entertainment policy or program here in the town of Apex. We're going to have after 5 programming. We're going to have programming in the parks during the week. These are all wonderful things that we'd like to start doing right now, but we just don't have the capacity to do it. So what we're going to show you, or what I'm going to show you, are some options and things that we could add, that we've talked about, that we'd like to add, some things that we are currently doing with the intern that we had, and what we could do if we had more staff resources. As far as the timeline, there's lots that we could do in the first 6 months, but I'm kind of here to talk to you about it. When do you want to see these types of things happen at Apex? Or first of all, do you want to see these types of things happen at Apex? When do you want them? Do we want to go ahead and start mid-year? Do we want to wait till the next year? When do we want to see these things? This is strategic planning, and where are we going? Because right now we're in a moratorium with events. And if we want to move forward, we can't always say we're not taking on any more new events. So how are we going to move forward? We keep saying we're at capacity. What do we do to fix that problem? So a couple of things that we could do that are super easy are just different exhibits. I've had lots of people reach out. We're doing these learning lunch programs that we're doing during the week. If you haven't been, please do come. The next one's next Thursday. It's super great. The Art of German Sausage Making. But what I hear about in a lot of the responses is, I wish we had more history in Apex. So, for example, right now, over at the Halley, there is a space right now that the Historical Society that doesn't get used. We could have all kinds of different focuses. We could talk about different neighborhood communities, the Tunso House projects, our agricultural railroads, trying to add more history about exhibits and different things in downtown with wayfinding signs. Walking tours, we started that with the 150s. We'd love to expand it. I know some of you who were here, we did do a Taste of Apex with the town council, and we went out with directors and went downtown. All these types of walking tours are super common, and I think they draw a lot of people within Apex and from the surrounding communities. Also, doing more than just one sculpture walk, sip and sculpture. Now we have a social district. We can take beers, we can walk around, see our public art, check out our murals. Bus tours. We could do ghost tours. We could certainly do food and beverage tours. There's all kinds of great murals going on right now. We could partner with different businesses, and we could do some things like that. Outdoor activities, we're doing drive-in movies now. And one thing to kind of show you what we could do, right now we are doing drive-in movies. And one thing that we've taken our special event intern to do is make them more of an event. So the first one's going to be in October, and it's The Nightmare Before Christmas. And so we've added a Jack's Paint Your Own Pumpkin Patch. We've got Dr. Finkelstein's Drink Bar. We're going to have the world's greatest pumpkin, but things like that. So it's more of a holistic activity. Like I know Cary did Wicked. They had Search of All. So trying to take the activities that we already had, add elements to them and things like that. So dinner and a movie, we can do things at the Halley, like we partner with different restaurants. We have Bollywood, Indian food, all kinds of different things. We focus on that, documentaries, foreign films. I mean, I think we do a really great job of what we do, but we really could do more. There's lots of spaces not being used, especially the Halley at night. We could use that as a space. We've talked about 80s movies, things like that. This is the drive-in. So if you have, it's already sold out, but it's going to be super fun and really cute. Yes.
I think we're past the point of talking slowly, right?
Oh, okay. I thought it was super breaths. Okay. So what I'm, okay.
Hang on. You go
I
back.
thought I was maybe a concerted effort. Yeah.
But so a lot of this still feels like kind of like one-off events or like shorter term event. And some of it's also seems to be something that I kind of would expect, like almost like private businesses to do,
Yeah.
like, things like ghost tours and things like that. That's typically not something that a town would put out there. Love it myself a good ghost tour, don't get me wrong, right? But why are we doing that instead of letting the business community kind of take on some of these things, right?
Or encouraging maybe.
Or encourage them, or, even if this is more of a seeding type events, like, that's would make a little bit more sense to me, but what I'm kind of looking for in all of this, kind of where you started the presentation, is like, what are people doing after 8 o'clock in Apex, right? Like, how do we give this a little bit more permanence instead of having these kind of one-off events, right? Something that's there, that people can do on their own accord, like the walking tour, can we make that an audio tour or something where people can check out like the little device and just do it themselves instead of us organizing it.
I mean, I think there's 2 points there. So one, I think the dinner and a movie series is something that, we should look into pretty seriously, because that is something that a lot of different municipalities are doing right now. I mean, the art museum does it, that people accept it in their wintertime series and, things like that. We do lots of movies there, but the attendance levels sort of vary. And I think we sort of need to kind of give a bolster to those types of programs. We don't have a movie theater, so that's why I started with movies. So trying to give people options to want to stay in Apex in the evenings. And I was trying to give options. So, if we did a documentary film series, that's going to be more of adult. If you want to do a family kids series like Star Wars, that's going to be for the family and kids. And I know when I was a parent, like, why would I want to leave the house? I have so many things going on, offering food, offering entertainment, offering experience for the entire family. And so I think that's where we're going with the whole movie piece, because we don't have an option for movies right now. As far as history, I don't think that I know we are working on the Tunstall House right now, but I don't know that we really get a chance to capture that. That's something that the public has asked us to do. I certainly think the Historical Society has done a great job, but I think it'd be nice for us to kind of feature and focus that. I love the idea of on your own self-guided tours, but I also want to see, because they're new, that they're being used, getting feedback and understanding who's using them, what they're doing with it. And I think a lot of things that we could do could be themed off of different months, like Black History Month or Women's History Month. I think there's a lot of things in Apex that we would like to highlight, and we'll get further in the presentation. One thing that I'm trying to do is show what the town is doing transparently through our activities. So a lot of things that I'm talking about doing, like doing bike tours where people would take bike rides with the bicycle chain to different activities, like different sites where Apex is doing some construction projects. And we could talk to the general public, like, here's what we're doing. Look what we're doing with the Tunstall House, or look what we're doing with this greenway, different ways for us to highlight, here's this road project, so that people have a better sense. We do have Peak Academy, and Peak Academy, when I ran that, was so beneficial because people were like, oh, I didn't realize you did that. Or the water quality testing, trying to show the general public what we do as a town, highlight that. And then, so I feel like there's going to be less questions, but also that's a way for the community to engage with staff and for us to highlight what we're doing here, because we're talking about all these CIP projects and people are money going towards that and bonds. How are we showing them, the benefits? Of course, we have the parks and different things that we do, but there are a lot of projects that are super important that I would love to highlight through different events like that I don't think that businesses would do. That's one thing that I would say, but I think Randy wants to add.
I'll add that, I don't mean this in a smart way, but right now, businesses aren't doing it. And so we see that gap and see that void. Doesn't mean that they won't. And I don't believe that they're mutually exclusive. I think part of what this will do is maybe we get to the ghost tour and we put out an RF, whatever, product that says, okay, we want to do a ghost tour. And this unit would coordinate all that and go through logistics, but then we have a vendor that puts that on. So it can be a partnership with the private sector to do these. We don't have to, because we don't have the resources to actually staff the ghost tour potentially. I mean, maybe when it's small and starts out, but as it grows, that's something that we would love for a vendor to come in and do. So we didn't see it as mutually exclusive. We think it could be partnerships. It just comes under that umbrella of entertainment. The other piece that we're trying to put an emphasis on too is because you're just seeing the presentation where we're strapped for capital investment, right? So a lot of our communities around us, they're building venues and different things. We have some spaces that aren't utilized 100%. And so how can we activate some of those spaces to get a little more out of them? And this will help us in a lot of these examples. And we got very granular with the examples because we wanted to try and paint that picture. But if you pull back a little bit, you can see the themes that Lisa's alluding to, like dinner and a movie theme. And we do that in different venues. It's the courtyard of the town hall, it's different parks that we have. So we're trying to make it programmatic and big picture theme, but also paint the picture for you while utilizing our existing facilities, but also engaging potential private sector companies to help us with this. Even on from offering like wine and different events, we don't want to have our staff pouring wine. We'd rather have the wine truck or whatever it's called that comes out. They have all the licenses and we just set up next to our dinner and a movie. We do maybe the event in the senior center where they cook, come out in the courtyard of town hall, have their dinner while they're watching, and they can go over to the wine food truck from that vendor. Do that. So we see a lot of interplay with it.
So another good example would be, all the work that's been done in the cemetery. So I don't know who's familiar with Dia de la Oakwood, which is what they do, and then a friend of piece. Like we could highlight all that work that we just did there. We've been working with Peter Marin, and he's done some stuff, and we did a lot of, we really leaned in to Hispanic Heritage Month. We did some workshops for friends. We're gonna have one up at the Halley, but having activities out there that to highlight the project that we did, that celebrates, you know, culture, our town, the activities, kind of bringing it all together.
Thank you.
I want to go very slow now. These are all of these, but the idea of fitness in the parks, you know, we have lots of gyms here. We have senior exercise classes. Certainly, you know, there's a want for that. You know, there are some stroller groups that do it, but having it more on a consistent basis, you were talking about, not just one-offs. So like, you know, North Hills is doing all kinds of different you get a card, you get 5 different, you know, activities that you can do. And certainly Sweetwater has some things going on, but I think the town, since we have such beautiful parks, and we'd like to highlight all the money that goes in the parks, we want them used all day long and bringing people out at different times of the day with the fitness activities. Say buy a card, we'd have like, you know, 5 different activities per month, and they get a card for 5, they come and get a punch. That gives them out different parks. And we're gonna highlight parks that don't get, I mean, obviously Pleasant Park, people are there all the time, but we have lots of other parks we'd love to have people go out to. So trying to do things in the fitness in a way. Pickleball socials, we have beautiful pickleball courts, and if you guys have not been out, they're used all the time. Don't even try to get on them, but a lot of different towns are doing pickleball socials. We would like to start doing some like that, you know, being part of the whole Wade County process with that. Art in the park, that's another thing we were talking about, you know, partnering with like wine and design, paint and sip, jewelry making with Art and Bloom downtown, you know, bringing them out to our parks. So we're highlighting the businesses and we're also highlighting our parks at the same time. Date nights. I know that Carrie has their date nights and they sell out all the time. We would do like quarterly date nights for different times a year. Adult recess, that's a really big thing that Raleigh did, where they had this group come in and they had adults come out and have a whole playground time outside. So again, highlighting the parks, trying to bring a different group out, because maybe just families come. We had lots of young singles. We have also couples and things. How do we get them out to the parks? What are we doing for them? Trying to offer a more varied portfolio for that. Trivia nights and bingo nights. If you have ever tried to get into our bingo night, good luck. Good luck. We'd like to bring those out to the parks and we'd like to theme them. I think we could do, like, we're going to do a Black History Month trivia night, which is going to be super fun. That is going to be in the senior center because it's cold. But again, we'd like to bring some of this back out to the parks. Pie in the Park, super fun. You just kind of feature different bakeries in town. People kind of come out and celebrate that. Coffee corners, we could have talks from different people from around the staff could kind of come out. We could offer coffee from different places. Dinners. I have been in talk with Sweet Pea, so I don't know if you guys are familiar with Sweet Pea Catering and the pop-up things that they do. I know Carrie uses them a lot, super cool. He'd love to do a pop-up dinner at our skate park and then start off our dinner series where we had all around town. Maybe we do one inside the Tunsil House, maybe do the electric department. We have pop-up dinners in crazy locations around town to kind of show people what we're doing, but also bring them out in the evenings. Outdoor office, I think this is really cool. They did do this in Nash Square in Raleigh. Now they have open park spaces. They just have a Wi-Fi space. And they set out some tables. People come and work outside. That means people from the town, also people from the community, just outdoor offices, and we pop those up all over different places around town. Activating.
Lisa, can I
Yes.
on this, like, this list, I think is great, and I figured there's probably a spectrum of municipalities that are, they're tiny, nobody cares, no, that's a lot going on, they're so small. Then we're in the middle where it's like, people live here, but there's not the businesses around them that are doing these things privately. And then like New York City and Raleigh have private businesses that are doing a lot of these activities and they're charging for them and whatever else people are fine paying. So how are you imagining a lot of this stuff? Like, is it finding a partner to do it or providing a facility for free to the people who want to run this? Or is it a plan where we start it up and then eventually it's going to be rolled off into a private business who want to take it over hopefully at some point? Or like all these things, they sound great, but like, what's the town involvement or does it vary depending on the?
I think it's very depending. What I really want to do too is we don't have a lot of spaces in town for different activities, for dinners and things. I know there's a rental space, but it's really expensive. So I want to use our spaces and then bring in different groups and businesses in town and from around the county to Apex. Because I want to have activities for people in the town of Apex, but I also want to have a draw. You know, why does someone want to come to Cary? From Cary to Apex. If you live in Raleigh, why would you want to come to Apex? And so I want to give opportunities to highlight the things that we do have. So the skate park, the BMX bike park, we could do all kinds of like workshops there. The Hurricanes could come out and do skating competitions, or they could do like, you know, things like that. We have a lot that we could highlight here that I would like to do as a town, as an entertainment piece, because I think to myself, why would I live in Raleigh, why would I drive to Apex in the evening? I have everything here, trying to give people options to want to stay in Apex and not go to Raleigh, not go to Cary for their activities, spend their money and dollars here in the town of Apex after 5 p.m. and on the weekends. Because we do that with festivals, but do we do that throughout the week? Do we give people on a Thursday something to do here? Trying to give them a slate of activities, a calendar, if you will, of things to want to keep them here. And I think by doing that, obviously we can't do it all by ourselves. I'd like to work with all the local businesses, and I tried to highlight people who are not just chain, but people who are all local small businesses here in the town of Apex, both in downtown and beyond, so that I don't know how I see it growing. Do I think that some people will take it over? I think yes. I think some people just want the town's help and will help out. Yes, I think it'll kind of be some partnerships, some will kind of grow naturally. I think it's kind of going to depend because we haven't really done anything like this. So I could kind of say, I think it'll happen like this, but I'm not quite sure.
I mean, I think in theory, municipalities, they can promote, they can provide information, they can provide facilities or help with that. But yeah, I think that's usually the role that municipalities have.
To be clear though, I think on the beginning of this, it's a heavier lift on the town.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons we're here is that we will be asking, and Lisa will get to it, we can kind of piece it together for the interim and the short term, but long term, we will be asking you to make an investment in this type of program. And the town being on the forefront of bringing this to our community, because people aren't doing it. And I think when they see it, see how well it's supported and attended, because the data that we've seen through our parks, I may not get the terminology right, but our park survey, we received feedback that people want this type of activity here. We're doing a great job, and we still have needs on the recreation front of fields, but there was a desire for beyond fields and bringing some additional recreational, non-traditional opportunities. So we think the investment will be heavier on the front, but then we could start to partner with people and chip it off. They could do it better than us. We don't want to be the answer to everything, but we need to start and kick it off because it's not happening yet. Our residents are telling us they want.
I think Randy makes a good point. Once something's successful, it's a lot easier to step in. Having to build it from the ground up. If people are like, I'm busy, I've got a lot going, I'm trying to get the business going. So if we kind of give them a little, push up, that they can kind of get that going. And once they see that it's successful, people are coming out. Because the one thing people ask me is like, do you have the clientele? Is someone going to come to a pop-up dinner? Do we? Do we?
8,000 people live here.
Yes. I'm saying, I think we do, but the answer is we don't really know. I don't have any data to back that up. Do we have the clientele? And I would say that we do have the clientele here at Apex, and that we want to make sure that we offer them things here in the town of Apex. But I also want us to be a draw as well. This kind of goes along with the activating of new spaces. So we have a lot on the depot lot. Like right now, our special events intern is working on getting some bands. We don't have a budget, so we're using like the Apex Jazz Band to have music in downtown. So like on a Thursday evening, we're gonna have the Apex Jazz Band play. So parents are coming out, people are strolling. We've got this social district. They're using the businesses downtown, trying to activate things like that. We've got that beautiful space. It's right downtown. What do we do with it? That's one thing that we're thinking about. We don't have a real good concert venue. I'm not gonna get too far into this, but maybe we're looking at getting a stage and we're going for some hospitality grant funds. And it would be on campus. I have some renderings and I'm really excited, but the idea is in going.
But she doesn't want to get too far.
You do what you want with it, but what I would like to say about that is not only do we have the numbers from an event perspective, but I want to say as I'm going through the process, I didn't know that we had a strategic plan for Wake County. And there's a lot of data that's been put into the town of Apex where they think that we could go. And I think what this program does is push us towards meeting those goals of that 10-year that strategic plan. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's pretty inclusive. And they're like saying they don't want Apex to stay back. They understand that we are not Raleigh or Cary. That's what I'm trying to say. We're also not Holly Springs or Fuquay. We're Apex. And so I think what we're trying to do here is, you know, be a draw, but also be a resource to our community.
Real quick, you made to the news where some of our state representatives are talking about realigning the Wake County hospitality tax to fit more of the population, which having dealt with this with Pleasant Park, I strongly agree with that, by the way. I feel like we're getting not enough money from that, but presumably there may be a big chunk of money coming to municipalities besides Raleigh and Cary coming up in the future. So having things that are ready to submit, I think would benefit us in the short term. And so I'm glad you have these plans and things that we can apply for and build like soon. I think it's going to happen because the pressure is there. I think now that's going to.
The proposal is due November 6th. And we'll see where that goes. But when I say we already have the renderings for the stage, but what I would tell you with that is we could do outdoor cooking classes. You know, there's so much that we can do here on campus because we're municipality by day, but party by night. So we don't have a lot of new spaces, but we have transformed this campus into an event space. We've got power in every single area. Adding that stage in, that means that we can use the space when it's not being used, which I think is very beneficial. Peak Fest, as you haven't heard, is moving to campus. The Italian Festival loved being on campus. Nobody thought Pig Fest would stay. They love being on campus. I'm going to be honest with you, there's a parking issue in Apex. And you know where I have the most parking? Here on campus. So I think trying to make sure, are we going to be able to have an amphitheater like Cocoa? Are we going to have things like that? Maybe not anytime soon. Could we do things in the short term as we're planning to have more activities and programming that would be very beneficial to not only our special events, but also our programming in general with the town? And I think, yes. I think we should keep expanding and looking forward. And to do this programming, I think we should look at like when we put in the bike park, putting in other pedestals, we can use that as an event space. When we do the new fire station downtown, making that an event station in the evening, that whatever you had to do with it. Like looking at, I heard Christine talk about smart building, that every 15 years things transfer over. Like you have an apartment building, maybe you don't need apartments anymore, maybe you need more retail. And so trying to build things now with the resources that we have that could be multifunctional. And that's what I think this is trying to do. We're trying to take spaces that we already have, make them exciting. And how do you make them exciting? New programming. I mean, we're not going to get people to come out to a park that they're not already coming out to, and Pleasant Park, like, come over here, I'm so exciting. Like, what am I doing to draw them over there? Because that's a space that we're not using that we could be using. That's a lot, like land is precious here in Apex. So I think some of these programs are meant to kind of highlight these areas that we're not already as popular.
I think my point, yeah, I agree. And there's going to be a t-shirt that says the municipality thing you just said.
Yeah.
We should trademark that. But no, I think next November will be the time when instead of fighting for that, half a million, whatever the pot is right now, that's small. It's for all the municipalities.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like double, I think. If this law gets passed that they're talking about now, it'll be like double. And we'll get guaranteed, like, I'm not sure how much, but we'll get a guaranteed amount of money if this changes. I think, yeah, what? No, I'm saying it hasn't changed yet. And you're applying right now for the thing coming up. But I'm saying for next year, having some plans drawn up, and I think you're on the right track here with all this stuff. I think there'll be a lot more money for Apex in particular. And so.
And how to capitalize on that new programming.
Yeah. It hasn't happened yet, though. It's just, I think it will happen. I think there's enough pressure from the county commissioners. They're going to make a change.
We might get it this year too.
I hope so. Yeah. So anyway.
So, skate nights and hockey nights with DJs and food, that skate park is used all the time. you know, it's super popular. Wouldn't it be fun to have some food trucks up there and kind of like activate that as an event space, you know, with the skaters, have a professional skateboarding series kind of come up there, clothing exchanges, like right now, the woman that we use for Earth Fest, she started a skate park. They do all kinds of clothing exchanges, community information, community exchanges at our different things. So we already have the super skippers coming out and doing jump roping workshops. The Griffin Brothers, if you've never seen them, they're super cool. I've been wanting to bring them out for a long time. Roller skating, skateboarding, things like that. New special events. Are we going to do some? I certainly would love to. I know that we have a lot of applications, a lot of things that are coming forward. How are we going to do more special events? We need more resources. So doing rosé festivals. Right now, no one's doing a rosé festival. There are lots of wine and beer festivals. How to highlight Apex. I would certainly love to do that here on town. We could do all kinds of different country regions. We could do fall festivals. We could do glow in the dark in the park, things like that. Agricultural festivals, blueberry, sweet potato, strawberry. We could get all the businesses involved with that, which I think would be great. Music festivals. There are lots of music festivals. The town of Apex used to have one. We don't have one right now. What can we do that's different? Children's bands, salsa, Bollywood, lots that we could do with that. 2 community events that have come forward is the Russian Festival, which they would also call Eastern European if you felt better about that, and the Asian American Pacific Islanders Month celebration. Right now, we are not doing anything with new festivals, but certainly we can't always say no. So here are some options and some things that would be really exciting. Staff and resident engagement, like I was talking about, monthly bike rides featuring different town projects and initiatives. I think that is exciting. I think it's good to get the public excited about what we're doing. And I certainly don't know what we're doing in public works sometimes, like with grass cycling and things like that, to kind of highlight to our residents. We already talked about the dinners, like if we're doing the Tunstall House, like outside in the grounds, we could have a dinner, we could talk about historical nature, we can talk about what we're doing this project, what we hope to do with it. In the pollinator garden, we're opening up a new greenway space. We have a pop-up dinner out there, all vegetarian, possibly, maybe not, but also it kind of works. It'd be kind of cool. Diesel parking lot, Taste of Downtown, super safe electric building or public works parking lot. Who goes out there? Who knows what that is? That'd be fun for them to kind of highlight what they're doing. And, you know, we could do a whole chicken dinner out there. The GP catering, a day in the life. I think this would be super fun to offer to the community because, like I said, not everybody can be part of Peak Academy. How can we offer more opportunities? A day in the life of a lineman, trash collection. What is it like to actually do water testing? You know, things like that that kind of show what our town is doing and what the resources we're offering to our community. A phased approach. We can't do this all at once. It's obviously a water hose worth of we're drinking from, which we're doing all the time. But this is something, we have several more ideas and they're all exciting and wonderful. And we love to bring them all to Apex, but we're just a small little staff. And like this week we had Touch a Truck, we had Explore some more last night. We have Oktoberfest, we've got Just People's Day, we've got our Learning Lunch series. We were pushing ourselves to capacity because we want to be able to offer these opportunities. But like, you know, with James here, he's gonna do like puppy yoga. We're able to add things to our dinner, our drive-in movies. But what could we do if we had a little bit more? So if we had a special event coordinator, which is something that we're going to be asking for, you know, we had Jacoby, the 3x3 basketball tournament. You can hear all the things that James is doing. And they're great to have an interim, but it's time to train, time to leave, you know, having some more consistency. I think also, you know, we are making it work now, but it'd certainly be great to have one more person. So when we have large events, we've got 2 people at them at all times. And so not all staff have to be at all the events like every weekend. Like if we've got 4 events in a week, 2 people take 2 of them, the other people take 2 of them. So that's one thing that we were looking at. If we had a phased approach in phase 1. Phase 2, we'd like to have a marketing specialist. We did work with communications and talk about bringing the events portfolio over to us. And then also all this new programming, and because it's new, and I have had this experience in the town of Apex, very traditional. That's a very good thing. But if I move a trash can, why would you leave the trash can for 50 years? Leave the trash can here. But once it's moved, they love it. So I think if we're going to be offering all of this new programming, I want people out there talking to the Rotary clubs, going to the apartment complexes, getting things on the calendar, showing the young population, you don't have to go to Apex to hang out. We've got really cool stuff right here in the town of Apex. So we love to have somebody that has the capacity to go out and do that. We're certainly trying to get out there, you know, all the time, but like, I think we could do a much more comprehensive, if we had a marketing specialist, eventually having a program specialist and a program coordinator. If this program takes off and it goes well, then let's keep going. Let's not stop there. So, park attendants, because even though I'm up here talking, please know it is not just me, because we have people in our park operations, public works, police and fire that are constantly helping us and doing things for us. So making sure that as we add this on, we could also have the staff resources, so we're not taxing any other department. And that's kind of what I have for you. I guess the overall thing is, where do we want to go with special events? We can stay where we are, we can add some things and keep it special event, but do we want to move forward? As a strategic plan in retreat, do we want to see an entertainment piece to the town of Apex? Is that something that we want? Or do we, I mean, that's up to you guys. And how quickly we move through this is also up to you. We don't have to do everything at once. We do have a 6-month plan, a 12-month plan. You know, we've already started putting some of these things in place right now. So I think we are going to do an adult recess, which I'm really excited about. And we got some new programming coming for next month. So we're doing things in small little segments, but if we really wanted to launch something that would make people want to stay at Apex after 5 or beyond, what does that look like? And this is something that we just a big track.
Wanted to recognize Craig and Demetria as well. It's been a collaborative effort built up today. Wanted to give them an opportunity if you want to say anything. Said a lot. Good job.
I'll offer a few things. So it is part of our master plan. Was something that was asked for additional outdoor special events. So this is one way to kind of at least lead into diving into it and really embracing that. I think we've got spaces in the parks that aren't necessarily used to capacity at times. So I think obviously our ball fields and our courts and our gyms are packed all the time. Classrooms at the community center are typically packed. We do have a little space at the senior center, typically at night. So I think we can engage that a little bit more. We have a little space at the Cultural Arts Center that I think we can potentially engage a little bit more. I think it's an opportunity to kind of embrace the entertainment piece of it. And for us, we kind of see what we're missing because we're compared to everybody else pretty consistently. When it comes to concert series and things like that, I know we do them, but do we really want to embrace more? Do we really want to embrace the tours that she's talking about? And I do think it's going to be a private, public-private kind of combination of things, to your question. But for me, I feel like this is an opportunity for us. I know we're stretched from a special event perspective, so do not let me fool you on that side of things. We are really stretched in that area, so which would require the additional if we wanted to. So, and that would be staffing on the programming side as well as the operations. So that's what I'll add.
One last thing. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the environmental symposium that happened in Cary. That's with Trees for the Triangle, and I've been working with Nora, and we've talked to them, and they want to make it a triangle-wide thing, and they want to come to Apex. They're been in Cary. Cary's very limited, a lot of things here. They want to come to Apex. I think people are looking. You know, I already heard Joanna talk about it one time. She's like, Raleigh's built out, Cary's built out. Here comes Apex. I think this is our moment to be Apex, and I think what we should do is highlight what we have and focus on that. I think we do have a lot of cool things. I think we do have a lot of draws, a lot of reasons to keep people here and bring people in.
I was wondering, have you considered, or is there an example of this in other places where there's like a launch Apex, but it's for services, like small businesses services, they would provide like those tours or certain facilities where instead of it being about like creating, a product or a business plan, it's more about how can they utilize what's here in Apex to build a business that's like based on like a service like that, like a tour or something.
A lot of towns, I want to be really careful when I say this. A lot of towns have a lot of like something like the ADBA. So they have the businesses that are already meeting and doing that, and I think we have that. We're in a transitional period with that right now. I don't know that there's a lot of forums or ways that businesses are getting together. I mean, I'm in touch with the woman from Sweetwater all the time, and she's calling me and saying, like, what about this, what about this? And, we're trying to work together, and I would like for everything to be successful here, but what I'm saying is I don't know that we have the, what's the right word? The avenues for the businesses to come together and create things like this. I think we could create them, but that's also more of a private thing, you know, and I think that's sort of been in flux recently in Apex. And so we're coming in and we're starting the foundation and hopefully they can build from there.
So let me offer one thing too. So there are many communities that haven't drawn for these types of things, whether it's a river, whether it's an ocean, whether it's a lake. So for us, those types of drawings, we don't, what's our draw? The railroad? That like the train?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's on us to bring the draw. And what that is this is one way to beat the draw, with the events that we offer. So, and I think with going through this process, we're kind of seeing that, you know, it's not necessarily dead here. It's after 5 o'clock. Okay? I'm not trying to say that, but this is something that can activate the adults and families, more so than just athletics or just classic.
I wish I had half your creativity. All these ideas that you bring forward. I love the idea. So I like the concept of activating, you know, Apex Asgard, you know, whatever you want to call it. I'd be interested to see kind of your short-term plan, right? What's possible within the current constraints that we have. And where do we need to start putting extra, you know, investment in, or at what point, right? I do think that a lot of these programs could be for fee services, right? So it's not just, you know, the town making the investments. I also would strongly encourage to look for things that are sustained, right? And then so that's where I think the public-private partnership and with the full intent to transition to private after some period of time, you know, this is important for us to consider. I kind of like the idea of, you know, sparking, you know, and then you know, getting the fire started, right? But at some point, it needs to be a self-sustaining activity, right? And we can be involved all the time. So I'm supportive. I'd like to see a little bit more detail on you know, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months, right? Kind of what we're looking at. But I again, in general, really like the concepts, and I think we're there. I think we're up to the size now that people expect those kind of things in a town of our size. And you know, frankly, I would love to have something to do after 5 o'clock, you know, on a Thursday night, right? Go to a concert, go see a movie, do like a pop-up theater or something, you know, something that be getting me out of the house a little bit.
Almost everything that I've put up here, we could do if we got the special events coordinator. And I'm not just saying it like that. We have already worked out a plan of how we would move forward with everything. So we would reclass positions. So we've got 2 people who are working in programming. We've got volunteer in programming. We've got special event in programming. We bring 1 more person in to help. We would be able to pretty much go through all of this. We're already sort of starting that and dabbling it with the special event intern. As far as like doing a timeline, we could accomplish all of it within a pretty quick timeline if we had another resource and we were able to bring that in. So we're ready to move, and we've already made the behind the scenes conversations with these. So what you see right here, pending what we get with operations, I'm only speaking from my team's perspective. We can do this now if we had 1 more person. We're ready to move forward. Some of these festivals will take a lot more, and that's a larger conversation. But everything before that, we're ready to move forward with. We've already done the backwards.
I just have a couple of questions, as far as the touching different communities, what may interest them. What are your plans there? That's the first question. Then looking at the costs, I know we have these special events and we talked about, police and garbage pickups. How does that factor in as far as finding that out as well?
So besides the festivals, that's really most of that work is my team and park ops. So if we were to do like, outdoor office or art in the park, I don't need police, I don't need fire. I may need someone to kind of inspect a food truck. All of these things right here are just us and park operations. So I'm consulting with the group. I'm not saying that they're not, electrics coming out and turning things on me. I don't need their physical presence. It's where we get to this space right here that I really need. That's special events. And so I think I'd pop out the programming and say that would lie with us and park operations, and the festivals would be the piece that if we want to do that, that's what's going to involve the trash and police and things like that, So this piece right here.
Which personnel for park operations would need to increase to help with these additional things. So.
But, doing some of these things right here, that's just us that we could do.
Is there another option besides bluegrass?
Oh, yes, 100%. In fact, I didn't even put that, I put children's bands. There's a whole big thing right now. I don't know if you know, like Sandbox and all of them. So bands that play just for children, and that's like a huge trend right now. Salsa is super fun. I think I'm trying to use these activities and events to draw in different communities. So certainly like Bollywood. I think we've had a super huge turnout for our Holy. They certainly can dance. I think it'd be really fun to have like music and dance and to highlight that community. We've had a lot of questions, and most of them have come from different communities about why we don't talk about the history here in APEC, which is why I was trying to focus on that at the beginning, because I don't think people have a good idea. A lot of people have moved here. What's our history and where are we moving to? And I've tried to do a lot of that through the learning lunches, but that's just once a month for 1 hour. And so I think some of the other activities that we were looking at, we were trying to highlight and help and bring more awareness. Certainly with these right here, we would love to do those. We did do this in the past. We worked with that group before. This group, I haven't worked with, I'm on I think you guys know this regional group, and highly spoken of. She's the one who's doing the stuff out at Sweetwater. That's Jennifer Martin. So feel pretty confident about that. But definitely we want to be cognizant that we are offering inclusive, interesting, and I think that's the other draw here to the town of Apex, what we're trying to do.
What's that music one again? Sorry.
Yes. And we can certainly do hip hop. I mean, that's just a budget. Yeah, I will. I mean, that's a budget line, but yeah, 100%. So what we're trying to do too is, and I'm just going to be honest with you, when you have Apex Jazz Band, who comes out? The parents. So oftentimes when you see me bring people out, their parents are going to come out and watch them perform. Look at our tree lighting. I have all school groups kind of coming out, and they're all coming to watch 4 different middle school bands. Grandma's coming out. Everyone's coming out to that. We're highlighting our farmers market. We've got food trucks there. We're going to highlight our campus. We've got a lot going with that, but I think when we start local, but then we're going to need to move up. Like I did talk to Car Social, and they are willing to come out. They're super great, but that's a cost. I'm trying to start small and do what we have here in the community, make that draw, get it exciting, get you guys excited, and then move from there. And maybe the business community downtown wants to start funding, because this is very shocking. But I was at an event where there are downtown businesses that usually give money towards special events. And I was like, what? Say that again? Oh my God, I've never heard that. But the point is, if we start doing things and it's exciting, maybe that's what starts happening. Maybe there is something from downtown. Like, I love having the music down there. We'd like to do more. How can we do more? Let's talk about that. Maybe we partner with.
So you partner with the Downtown Business Association and have a band like playing on Thursday.
Yeah, so we start this, we show them what it can do, what it can bring. When they make this investment, I'm showing them, look, I already brought people downtown. I'm bringing more people out downtown in the evenings. I'm bringing families, I'm bringing grandparents, I'm bringing kids. I think it's nice to stroll with music. I think whenever you have music, it kind of makes the mood feel nice. And I think if you want people, it doesn't have to be Thursdays. I made up Thursdays. If you love Wednesdays, I'm just saying there's a night of the week that we start having music downtown,
That's real quick, by first part of the question about the outreach, the communities. I mean, I'm wondering, are you thinking about some kind of survey that you kind of throw out some of these ideas and kind of have people either online or go out to the community, kind of talk about like what we're missing in Apex that you know, that we'd like to have. Also what, you know, Raleigh does and Cary does. We don't want to, we want to do the same things then. We want to do our own thing. So I'm wondering, is there a plan for like a survey?
So we have unofficially surveyed people with our cultural advisory groups that we work with for all of our events and what they would like to see.
Yeah.
I would be happy to do a more formal survey as well and
I
reach
think
out.
it'd be good. Kind of inspire people and also ask what they want to see. What they would maybe travel to go see even. It's like you're getting at, we've had that for like our planning stuff and our transit. We've had some really nice surveys that they've got a lot of good information about. And I think this would be even more popular, frankly, than those are because it's kind of fun things like that.
Yes.
It would be good to take from the master plan what they talked about before and just recap it in that survey, what they wanted then and see what they want today, if that's still.
Was Master Plan talking about the Parks and Rec one? Okay.
I do have one question. I love the concept, so don't take my comments as I don't like this. I do like the idea of us leaning all in on the idea of, all right, we need to have these, people want them, we can give that to them. And I love the idea of us utilizing spaces that have not been traditionally used. I would love to know a little bit of, do we have a survey of what facilities are not being used and the likelihood of them being able to support something? I mean, I'm thinking like Sue Helton Park is not gonna be a location for any large event that's that, but Salem Pond Park might be, you know, I'm trying to think.
Well, that's where these
Things
smaller
like that.
pieces would come in, right? So as far as parking is concerned, this is where I would activate the parks and the spaces that we're not already utilizing. I don't need to do anything at Pleasant Park. In fact, I can't do anything at Pleasant Park.
Right.
I would not even touch that, you know, right now.
And the reason why I asked for the survey, or at least the site evaluation is, you know, as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, all right, this is gonna be X number of people for you, Lisa, X number of people that are gonna have to plus up for Parks and Rec. We necessarily will have to plus up public safety. We will necessarily have to plus up some of the other departments as well. And to me, it seems as though we'd be in a much better budgeting position to have an understanding of what we're gonna be needing. If we can start off with kind of the assessment of, all right, here's the locations we have. These are the things that they can do at these locations. These are the things they can't do at these locations. This is the number of personnel we anticipate are gonna be needed. This is the number of personnel that we're gonna need down the road in order to support these expected yield, stuff like that. Because I think these are great ideas, but you're presenting this to us in a budget standpoint. And I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, all right, every person we hire is now $1 that I've got to spend into retirement on that person. So I think about each one of you in this room is a 30-year cost. Positive is that, but a 30-year cost. So I want to at least be able to help figure out what that best analysis is going to be as we are looking at doing this. And like I said, I think this is great. I love how we're finally leaning in and kind of saying, yep, there are some events and festivals that we're going to need that we want to do. But as we look at that, the first step that we still always seem to run into whenever we do this is location first, resources to get that location, and how do we staff it best? And that to me is where I love the staff resources and looking at it from the standpoint of kind of what we're estimating. I saw that and I like that idea, but I would love to get a harder number in terms of, okay, realistically, we're gonna need to have X number of cops.
And that's really though, like I said, mostly for the festival piece. So, and we did in a phased approach, because if we got one more person, which we will probably need anyway, because of the number of events that we have, the things that we're doing. And quite honestly, if you're at July 3rd, our attendance numbers are growing. So it is very hard to man a drone show, a fireworks show, all the food trucks, making sure people aren't bringing fireworks and smoke bombs into the, I mean, we just need when people, if we're gonna do large scale events, which we are already doing, here's a newsflash, people are coming. And I have no idea, is there gonna be 20,000 or 30,000? I don't know. I mean, so having one more person in general will help with what we have and add the programming. But if we do like it, and that's when we do a phased approach, and I come back and I say, look what we've done, do you like this? Then we would move on to phase 2. You know, we would not start with everything at once.
Oh, no, completely understand. And even when we have like small events, like this Wednesday, we had the candidate forum, 2 cops were there. I don't know how that impacted Chief Johansson and his operations for that day. But I do know that there were 2 people there. And it's something that, you know, from my understanding, was kind of a, hey, this would be really good given the political climate, blah, 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 stuff like that. Can you make sure that we have somebody there? Those are the sort of questions that I would like to be able to have money answered to on the front end, or at least have us consider those things on the front end. That way we can better back that out.
So what I can do is I can go
I
to.
think what we can do, I think we can build out cost per type of.
That's what I was gonna say. But I was gonna say, I can go through and tell you staffing numbers for all of these. And I can kind of give you numbers for festivals, because we're already doing festivals. I can already tell you what this is gonna cost. And generally speaking, we don't really, and this is not, but this is just an estimate, and it's not taking into consideration a lot of different factors. If it's under 100 people, we don't necessarily need PD out there. We're usually able, like last night we had Explore Us More and More. We probably had 350, 400 people, and we were good. I mean, so if we're starting to hit over those numbers, and it's usually the things like that, over 100, like we do like walks and things, we don't even need to be out there. If you're between like 200 and 800, maybe, or 500, you know, we kind of gauge on how the event is, how it's like, we're at the nature park, I don't need anything shut down, things like that. It's when I start shutting down streets and closing things off, you know, things like that when we need more. I'm happy to break all of that down.
Yeah, that's
I can have that
yeah,
down.
that's the sort of the number analysis
Yeah,
that
okay.
would be at least useful as we're going through the exercise, because, I mean, I know that there are times where we're like, oh, maybe we don't need police there. Or maybe we do, I don't know. Those are questions those are operations questions. I think those are your hands.
I think to clarify, whether you have 100 people or 350 people, we always have to consider public safety.
Yes.
And so when we're considering those costs, we need to factor that in.
Yeah,
So,
and I use public safety as just the example, but I don't know whether that impacts like, you know, public works or what, you know, you all are gonna be able to do your chop in and say, by the way, we're the experts in this, and this is why you need to think about that. That's really.
We have all that too, yeah, and 100%. If we have more than 2 food trucks, we need trash, we're gonna have to have fire inspections, so definitely, which is why we tried to start slow with some of these things where we wouldn't need, you know, all of that. I mean, the other piece of this is to, I've discussed it, and I'm just putting that out there, having alcohol. People love to have alcohol when you come out with different things. We have done some research on that, on how we could do things with different groups, you know, partner with people like the Sunrise Rotary. Maybe they come out, they handle the alcohol piece, and we handle other pieces. I mean, we've thought of different ways to do that as well. And if we bring in alcohol, we do understand that is a whole nother level, which is why I did not mention it in the very beginning. So I know that's a lot going on with that one, but we've also looked into that, you know, if we go and we keep moving forward with different phases.
I understand it's just as we get real down into it, give us some numbers.
We might need security at pickleball socials. You don't even know what goes on at those, man. Guys, it is heated.
So I just wanted to kind of sum up, it sounds like there's general support for the concept. And don't be surprised if you start to see some of the things up here. We didn't jump out ahead of everybody, but we already had some things planned that we can accomplish with existing staff. So we're going to continue down that path of planning for this more robust unit and what that would look like. And you'll see it again as we get into budget discussions with departments. So does that sound fair enough?
Yeah, I mean, is he asked for an immediate additional hire in this phase 1, or is he asked for?
I mean, we would
We're
certainly.
asking, we're asking you when you'd want to start this. I guess that's what we're saying.
I would say hire the extra person. Like, I mean, you're doing a ton. And read between the lines, we can accomplish a lot more. I think.
Budget's freaking out now. Right?
Yeah, are we asking for this next, we're not asking for an amendment for the budget to add a person on now, are you asking for?
I mean, that's part of the
You're thinking
discussion.
January, or something, right? So we can get these things rolling. by
I
the spring.
mean, if we talk about doing it now, it would take several months to get the person for.
Yeah.
The rec and the advertising, it'd be a while. But I mean, I guess the bigger point I wanted to make is a lot of the ideas here, and this is an awesome presentation, it's just jam-packed full of cool stuff. You know, which imagine what could be. A lot of it also strikes me as very high value, like for the dollar, for the manpower that you put into it. Like a special event, very big deal, a lot of effort into it. It's a heavy lift for a lot of people over a long period of time. Some of this pop-up type stuff, assuming a lot easier to pull off moving it versus special event. So there's a lot of value there for the community. I really love that stuff. And the ones that I've been to so far, been very well received. you know, and they're really well done. So I'm in for it. Figure it all, but let's do it.
Yep. I agree.
We probably need to vote on this one.
I mean,
I'm here.
we'll have to bring,
The new position.
I'm agreeing.
we'll bring it, but it sounds like,
I just,
Well, it would come back.
yeah, it's gonna have to come back. I'm just giving you, this is what we would need to see in terms of that you're starting to justify the numbers on the budget. These are the things that we want to make sure we've got in account.
but you're potentially open to a position sooner rather than later.
Yes.
I'm open to it, you know, of course, I want Archet's input as to like where the trade-off is gonna be, right? But,
I would not expect that we could do any of these things without another person. So, I think we should move forward.
Yeah, and I think to my colleague that I highlight something Lisa said, that even today, we're seeing our events go to such capacity that we need this extra person sooner rather than later. Beyond expanding, we of course want to expand, but when the attendance events gets as large as it is.
Yeah. My fault.
Okay, ready? We'll keep it rolling. We got one more and then we plan to break after that, so hopefully we'll wrap up right before you gotta go. You gotta go now? All right.
You got what?
We're gonna head into, Marty's gonna come up and give an update on North Carolina Children's Hospital project. We've been meeting with the team on a regular basis. We want to bring you up to speed with where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third up at the end.
It's like a different thing. Like everything's done up and they perform, I guess, reading.
Right. All right, so we'll give you a quick update on where we are with the North Carolina Children's Hospital. So give you some numbers here. So this is the site, it's about 230 acres, located at 540 US 1, Viridia Parkway. This is Jesse Drive. So is 2.7 million square feet of space once they build out. And about 6,730 parking spaces. So this key, so there's gonna be an ambulatory surgical clinic, a hospital, is 504 beds, that's located here. We'll talk about the scheduling on this. And thanks to NCC for providing these slides to me. So I asked them what I could share. So this is what they sent me. So it's not edited whatsoever from what they provided. There'll be a behavioral health hospital with 72 beds located here. McDonald House is located here. Professional office building is located up here. And the central utility plant is located here. So, and then you have parking decks for all the A, B, D, and C. So this is a rendering of that same thing. You can, oh, sorry, wrong button. You can see that's not your typical structure in HVAC. Within Viridia, because this is within Viridia and part of the SD plan, it can be up to 20 stories. Right now, we are expecting the main hospital to be 17 stories. That may change, but it can be up to 20. So again, you can kind of see, here's your 540, Jesse Drive, Viridia Parkway, and here's US 1. This is phase 1. Okay, so there's additional stuff that will be built in the future, and we don't know what that will look like. So where are they on their schedule right now? So right now they're looking to close on the property end of this year. Right now, they're in a planning stage, right? They're starting, they're planning and doing some design. Nothing has been designed as of yet. So what are we doing as staff? We have already started meeting with them weekly. We meet with them every Wednesday. So, and some days it's stronger with planning, some days it's stronger with water resources, some days it's stronger with transportation. Every other week, we all meet together regardless and discuss the matters at hand. So right now, the things I know that are ongoing that we're working on very hard right now, they are working on a revision to the SD plan and looking at coming with a rezoning on December 9th. It'll actually go to the planning board on the 8th and then come right back to the council on the 9th for revisions to the SD plan. That will include both revisions that NCC wants for their site, but it will also include some revisions to the SD plan that RXR would like to add on their site, and y'all will be able to consider those independently at that time. What they are continuing to work with water resources. They just provided us with their water demands and their basically a study. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Water resources is continuing to look at what that looks like. We're looking at the potential for them to be able to use reuse water for their cooling towers as opposed to straight up domestic water. We hope we can get that to work out.
From that middle,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The infrastructure will have to be built for that. That's yet to be determined what that looks like. Hopefully we can get them to build that. That's just all that's in negotiating phase right now on what that looks like.
Isn't our building a temporary line to Mill Creek?
They're building a temporary line for sewer, potential, all depending on timing of when other infrastructure gets built. And with that temporary, they had asked for 400,000 in the past in the sewer. If the temporary line is necessary and that gets moved forward, the town is upping the availability of capacity at Middle Creek to 730 to allow 330,000 a day to go to the hospital.
I'm just wondering if you're digging the trench anyway, it's gonna be plan for the reverse, so, and dropping a second pipe in there, right? So we don't have to dig a whole spot.
It will actually, the more direct route would be probably if we end up going with reuse, they will probably use some of the corridor that they're using to get into the plant with the temporary line. But the way that the route that you would take to get the reused water back to the hospital would actually probably be down Dead End Prince Road. But we would utilize anywhere we can. So all that.
Just, again, if there's an opportunity to drop 2 pipes in the ground, just let me dig a trench instead of just one. And,
yes, sir. So we're looking at all those options and how that can work out right now. So that's kind of where we're at in the planning stage. Now, the town also made a commitment to add on personnel. So we have council approved a position, a special projects manager. We have advertised that position. We have a candidate that we are negotiating with at this point. We hope to have them on board the 27th of this month. They will be in charge basically of all things in the Big Branch Basin. They will be an individual that can assist with NCC, but they'll also be able to assist with any other project that may be coming in the basin. As y'all well know, there's a lot of activity in Big Branch, right? So we need an individual that's really can help development in the basin, that understands all the needs going on there and help improve. So right now, so December 9th, you can expect them to come to council with a request for, again, the rezoning. The first construction that they will start out there will actually be the site clearing and the parking garage construction and the central utility plant. And that will begin in July 27th. You may already know, but the town of Apex is not providing power to the hospital. The hospital is going to be getting their power from Duke. One may ask why. Their need is 79,000 kVA. That's twice the size of our substation that exists on Williams Road. So just to give you some idea of the size of what they need. So for them, they're also, and you'll see it in the next slide, their location is very well situated to be able, for them to be able to bring power straight from Duke into their central power plant that provide throughout their facility.
But we're still providing power for the rest of the radio.
That is the plan, sir. So, then you've got the, physicians building, start, the ambulatory surgical clinic, behavioral health, and then the main hospital. You can see at the end of the day, the main hospital, you know, is looking out here at 2033 before it's actually operational. The first building that actually comes operational is the physicians building here, along with the ambulatory surgical clinic. So
And so they will go operational before the main hospital.
that is my understanding. All right, in the presentation. Get it going up. So this is the same picture again, just with the different stuff on here, the dates, but it's the same thing, site clearing. And then the parking decks are the first thing to go next. And then you're starting with ASC building and the physician building up here. This is a rendering. Another rendering, so they just got some various pictures here, but this just kind of start giving you an idea of what the site's gonna look like. Again, Radio Parkway, Jesse Drive, 540, US 1.
That phase two, there was a bit more buildings. Second one. That's something to review.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's just one. Yeah.
Building right here.
And the one or two.
As you're going through these, besides the rezoning on December 9th, what are the future choices the council will have in this respect with this, if anything, with this development? I'm thinking about like maybe transit, maybe greenways, sidewalks.
We'll speak to the transit piece at the very end of this. But
Okay.
this whole site's bringing up interesting things we'll need to deal with.
But to sort of answer your question, I'm gonna ask the leadership team, show of hands, if who believes this project is gonna significantly impact your department in the future.
I guess staff.
Yeah, so all the hands are pretty much up, so you'll have multiple points from that perspective. We're gonna have to have staffing and decisions as it relates to stations and transit. There's so many things you'll
I
have.
would say it's operational more than like a policy choice, right?
True, except from a budgetary standpoint, capital.
Another one right there.
And you really thought into, imagine you have, but like, what does that look like? The total impact of, on staff, of, I mean, we've hired one position, that's one person, this is absolutely clearly more than one person. And I worry about it, you know, affecting the operations of the rest of town, so other stuff to do. And then all you guys are at a meeting all day with Children's Hospital, you know, there's other people submitting plans and inspections and stuff.
I mean, it is, we're already starting to see the impact of staff, not from I'm not saying it from a negative standpoint, but it's definitely important resources. As it should, this is a huge piece of growth. And so while we're committed to the positions, that's the coordination, right? But that's, beyond that is the positions we're gonna need for inspections, we're gonna need, I mean, all across the board, with that growth will come those positions.
I think it's a realistic expectation that there's gonna have to be an increase at least in the major departments, because, I mean, this is essentially kind of like gonna absorb everyone's time if we just dedicated to it now. And we still have to worry about everything south to New Hill, everything over. I mean, there's just, I get the I feel like we really need to keep the staffing picture front and center for us, because that's a big budget line item for us.
And it's a great point, and because normally we wouldn't just give an update, but we're in their strategic planning meeting specifically on this
Right.
to keep it in the forefront. This is gonna impact every facet of our operation. And so what that looks like, we don't know exactly yet, but we know it's gonna impact it.
But we have, you know, basically between now and 2033 to kind of like start layering in some of that operational support, right? And so it's not just one big bang, but like, I do agree. I'd like to kind of see what, even with the imperfect information, kind of what our forecast would look like, right? Because everybody feels like they're gonna be impacted, is that's just bubble activity until this is built, you know, for example, planning, right? I understand there's a lot of upfront work that once done, right, versus public safety, you know, fire and police and transit and all that, that are more permanent, you know, once it's in, it needs to have, you know, they continue support from the town.
I worry about like, just like adversity, right? Like they'll come in and they'll say, okay, here is like the building plans for this massive complex that we need to have reviewed. And so there's a huge pile of work that they have to do over the next couple of weeks and months. That's done. Like, maybe this is a naive question, but I know like contractors we can hire for that sort of stuff. Like for planning contractors to help get on board on the town side to do the reviews and do the type of stuff, as opposed to hiring a full-time person, which could take 6 months to get on board and then, you know, we end up overstaffed in 3 years when, you know, this thing's done.
I think that this is 2.7 million square feet. This is on 230 acres. Viridia itself has got another 900 acres plus. There's another 1,000 acres that's not associated with either one of these that's popping every day that I'm sure you can talk to Diane Water Resources about, and they can, Russell, all of those are happening too. So this is the start of at least 10 to 15 years of solid work, in my opinion. So this is not a short-term thing. It's going to change, to your point, which departments are affected, where along the scale and when. But like, so when are we going to need more fire directly for this area? The first 2 industrial spec buildings for Viridia will be standing in 28. So, you know, their first buildings are at like 28 for their central power plant. Okay, so that's when that's happening. But you also got, you know, Grace School being built right above this. Their timeline is probably 27, 28. Do you know what their timeline is? Anybody?
I think 27.
I think it's near.
This is just, oh yeah, we're just talking about the big branch basin. Back to my point of why we've got bringing an individual into focus on Big Branch every day, because the water and sewer needs within Big Branch are going to be very impacted, and how we're going to deal with that. And you can't, you know, so it's making sure that we're taking care of all that long range planning for your water resource, right? Because it's a limited resource. And, you know, and we've met with them, and so far, good news is our water distribution system's in really good shape. We've got a few things we need to tie in together. There are things that water resources they've already got plans and they're already working on. So, you know, there was no surprises in the modeling that the hospital's engineer came back that they did outside of work that we had done independently. Nothing came back as a surprise.
So I think the ask is, okay, given that we have a 7-8 year timeline here, right? Considering some of the other, you know, adjacent developments as well, right? What can we expect to have to layer in for the various departments, you know, as some of these developments start coming in line? Grace Christian, you know, the industrial piece of Viridia, and then you get the schools in Viridia, right? We're going to see some commercial and then residential in Viridia. So let's get, as we want to layer stuff in over the next couple of decade years, kind of give us a picture of what that looks like, right? And then I'm not going to hold you to, you know, the last, you know, fighter, right? But there should be at least some projection as to what that looks like.
So I think staff is up, and Sean, you can correct me. I think we're updating our staffing plans, right? So our staffing plans are coming up this year. We're starting to look at it through this new lens. That will start to change. But guess what that's going to do? As soon as we get the new projections on staffing needs, we go, wow, we really do need these people. What's going to happen? The master space planning study we just got finished with will immediately be over. Yeah, not totally, because it's a 20-year plan. So when we thought the immediate plan was 20 years out, the 20-year out just became probably 10 years out.
And so, you know, going back to the comments that I think we made during that plan review, right? It fell too short range, right? And so some of the single-story buildings I think we should plan for multi-story buildings right out of the gate, right? Exactly for that,
And
reason.
we are working on that. We've heard council loud and clear. So for example, Public Safety Site 3, as you know, we're moving one over to there to have a single station with 1 and 3. You know, we had an administration building there and there was a warehouse there.
Right.
So just last week, and trying to maximize space as we were asked to do, we're looking now at a way to combine the warehouse with the station by adding a couple bays and doing some things there. And that way we maybe can increase the footprint, of the building on that site. And now we maximize the admin building and relocate it to better fit the site. So we're doing that. We're in the process of evaluating what that looks like. Might it be any different? Maybe not, but we've heard your request for us to maximize sites, and we're trying to do that everywhere we can. So it becomes, parking and stormwater. And
So can I ask a question then about traffic? Is that going to, I mean, has there been any talk now about expanding now down 55? Because it's not gonna be enough. Got Wake Tech, we got the school, we got the hospital, we've got all these jobs and more residents.
The rendering traffic looks good.
This is a level A, very good track.
It's the 2 a.m. traffic.
Russell, can you speak to that, please?
Can you come up to the mic and catch it, please?
Surprise, Russell.
So do you hear the question, Russell? Basically, how are we making sure traffic with the addition of this facility and all the other things that are coming in Meridian? How are we ensuring that the road system do that?
Well, they just submitted their traffic study, so we have that in review. But as far as the overall master plan for Berea, we do have a framework for infrastructure, which we're following. So as site plans come in for Berea, we review those, make traffic recommendations. For the opening of this site, you'll have good portions of NC 55 widened, not the entire thing, because they don't control all the frontage, but they're widening to the extent possible. You'll have the HL 0007 DOT project, which is doing the major intersection upgrade, at Technology Drive. You'll have a 4-lane connector of Forest Light Way up to Jesse Drive, and then a 4-lane of Jesse Drive all the way out here to Berea Parkway, in addition to 4-laning of Berea Parkway, and it'll connect to 540. So that's giving a lot of options for people locally to go north, to not have to be on 55, to 540, to not be traveling on the local roads. NC 55 will continue to be very, very busy. But the good thing is we'll have alternate routes for people to avoid it if they need to.
So 2 comments on that. So there's 4-lane roads, goes to a 2-lane bridge over US 1. Right, and I haven't heard anything from anybody, including DOT, as to how, that bridge might be impacted because of this development. B, I would love to see some bike lanes somewhere in this rendering. Especially on that north-south corridor going into town, like along Berthium Parkway.
Can I ask, can that be an interchange? Is it far enough away from 540 interchange to be the?
Berea Parkway?
Yeah.
It will not be. So, important to note, we did look at the regional model, the engineer for when they're working on Grace Christian, looking at Seymour PUD. We looked at the volumes on Berea Parkway. That road was downgraded from a 4-lane to a 3-lane road. So the 4-lane road only extends up to, there's another east-west road just south of US 1.
Yeah.
It transitions to a 3-lane road based on the volumes. Cary Road is the major 4-lane road all the way up to Peakway in the transportation plan now.
Yeah.
And there is not interchange. We removed the interchange from Cary Road as well because of the proximity issues. So neither one of those will interchange.
But I thought that was proximity to the 55 interchange, was it not?
Cary Road?
Yeah.
It was actually a weaving section going toward 540 that was also an issue.
Oh, so Berea Parkway is way too close then.
Correct.
But could it be, like, I know they're talking about with the Lenovo Center, they're talking about doing an interchange directly onto the, wherever that is, Wade, I guess, or whatever, the highway there. Like, I think it's just the on and in and out, and that's it. I mean, could something like that happen where you can get it in and out, but not an entirely full thing.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure what they're doing
Space.
over there. Those are not looked on very favorably.
Oh.
Very difficult to get a directional restricted interchange.
Okay.
But just drive, to the east of 55. So we have phase one that's on our CIP for 27 or something. We're gonna start. We developed a little section. The last chunk, I guess, phase two of Jesse Drive, is that on our CIP just for future, or are we hoping that private development will do that? But do you think that'll line up here? For the-
So, yeah, there is a section of Jesse Drive, both east and west of 55. So Berea is not building the piece that actually connects to 55, but they will build Forest Light Way, which is existing where Technology Drive is, the big 4-lane road that goes up, and then that connects to Jesse Drive and goes west. So there will be a Jesse Drive through Berea, but there will be that gap. So keep that in mind. But as far as our phase two project goes, yes, much of that I think will be built by private development. So we have pushed that out in the CIP. It's a very expensive project, particularly when you have to intersect NC 55. You're gonna have to build one of those restricted intersections with these turns, wide 55, 6-lane through there. So there's quite a bit of improvement that has to be done with that project. So and you may know there's actually a commercial development just west of Horton Park that's going to build a piece of Jesse Drive. So they're starting to close the gaps in there where it may be that there's if development happens on the 55 side and a little bit further from Horton Park, there may just be a small piece in the middle for counties that having to connect. It makes it a lot easier for us.
Across the creek, right?
Yeah, so we may have to do that creek crossing in there.
Do you consider that important for overall traffic to this site? Or is that a little, getting from 1010 over, is that just far enough away? Doesn't really matter. It's more like 540.
For the overall network, it's very important for the future. I don't know that it's necessarily essential to this site for us to have to prioritize that.
Non-road question, maybe from Marty again. If we're done with that. Is the hospital telling Berea people or us how many hotel rooms and square footage of restaurants, and whatever else shops that basically to the east of this, they're gonna want or need for all the clients?
I don't think we've got any numbers on that.
They have not solidified their vision for what they want to do in West Village now that the hospital project they had one idea with what they wanted to do when the hospital selected the site. It kind of set them into reimagining what West Village will look like. And so we do not have, those concepts from them or haven't had those type of. But I would imagine there's a possibility that it would include or could include some hotels, more restaurants, but they're still programming the rest of East Village as well, so.
But these hospitals across the country, I presumably have a lot of stuff right nearby for the patients, their families, I presume, and all the employees.
I will say that RXR has stated that their vision has changed. They have not provided what that vision is.
But that's more on them than on us as far as planning.
Yes, they're still adhering to the SD plan, and there may be some things in their upcoming request that may reflect some of the change. I know that they're talking about densification much more potential now than what they may have had before. They could have more units now than what they were previously planning because this lends itself to that. But they haven't, come out and said, this is what we're doing yet, but they are definitely planning in a different way now than they were previously.
And are there any grade separated things at the Jesse Drive and Berea Parkway or this I-40 ramp and the hospital road?
Not that I'm aware of.
No? Okay.
I think Jesse Drive and Berea Parkway, gonna make a pitch for a roundabout.
You hear that?
It's gonna be like 5 lanes. It's gonna be not. I know, but Americans don't Americans just can't do those.
Some European vacation where they're going around Big Bend.
We've tried these.
Because this is our like waiting to happen, right? And so I think we should head that up in the past. If that land is still, and easements are still being decided on, this would be a perfect place for a roundabout.
We're great separated thing.
So there's an extra wing on this in the future phase, extra wing at the hospital, another wing here.
I mean, is anyone else nervous about like having to hire 30+ people across every single department for this massive project that's all non-taxable? Like, and to explain to people why we have to raise taxes by 3-4 cents to hire, like. I'm having heartburn right now.
That's the deal. I think we're getting this awesome thing.
Yeah, but like it's.
But there's a lot of knockoff economic effects, right? So I think we're gonna see revenue increase along with it, even though it's not direct from the trails.
It'll trail by years. It'll trail by a decade, right? Or 5 or 6 years, and that'll be an argument I have to make, like, to people.
I think if we'll see this and then once it starts opening, they'll see how amazing it is, and how important it is for not just our, not just Apex, but the whole region and state.
You can say.
I think there'll be more.
It'll be fine.
I think, look at RSR and what Marty said, their vision is already changing. And the fact that they did this deal,
Yeah.
they're gonna make a lot of money as a result of this. So we're already gonna see that spin-off impact, even from Lennar, the houses that they're gonna sell. They're probably gonna go for a lot more now than they were before this. I mean, we'll see that, and I think we'll see some of that immediately in the next couple of years from the rest of Meridian. The rest.
And to be clear, I also, I understand that. Because, every person that we hire is a long-term expense. But I do think that when we look at what's really happening here is, we can't continue to live in the past in terms of how we think things are operating. This is a new steady state, and it's a bigger steady state than we've ever had. And it's not simply, we may be carving off some of these folks to work, and I don't know, I leave that to you guys to decide this, to kind of work and focus on this area. But the personnel needs for each of the departments isn't simply driven by Meridian or what's taking place out near Chatham Road or over near Sweetwater or over near Roberts Road or over near. I mean, we are at that point now where if we don't at least consider the personnel impact, we will not only not be able to keep ahead of the work that we're doing, but we'll be right back in the same spot that we've been in a while, which is we lose good people because we're killing.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we're not gonna do it, so we have to do what we have to do. I'm just saying there's an argument that's to be made, you have to understand. Your question about the hotels and stuff, like we have to be able to articulate that to people. Because I think there will come a time when we'll have to say, well, we need to hire 35 people just for, I don't know if that's the right number, but like, it seems to be across all the departments, it'll be something in that range of a couple dozen people. And the benefits will be delayed and there'll be significant costs, like that's the amount we hire, that's like our annual growth just for the entire town, just, what we absorb.
But I think your main point being that the growth of our staff is typically, okay, we grow as a town, but it's a direct correlation between tech school or tech income, right? That represents that growth that funds those positions. In this case, the tech income comes from other places, right? It comes from the practitioners in the hospital, not necessarily the ground that the hospital sits on and the surrounding services. And that's a more difficult story to articulate. Sure.
But I agree. I think it's going to come down to us to articulate why. But I also have full faith and confidence in the departments that explain to us why they need people. We're not just writing a blank check. I think there's going to have to be an explanation of, all right, here's the reason why we need this person. Here's the duties. Just like it's always been, because we want to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar.
And likewise, like I also concerned and I brought up the contract thing earlier for this reason as well. Like, I don't want us to be a bottleneck too for the children's hospital and get that headline of like, well, is it's a source of friction sometimes when the developers of these big things, they submit them and now we're stopping their multi-billion-dollar project moving forward until we do our multi-month staff review. So I don't want to be in a position where we're understaffed. That's why it's we like bring contractors for some of those reviews. It's way to make sure we don't get blamed if things start to slow down.
That may, like, as construction starts, that may be a possibility for building inspection, but it's just, there is a program for them to get help to that, because we've not had much success in finding individuals Right.
They're not trained properly, I guess. Is that the problem?
What other towns?
There's trained, but I mean, I think what we've run into is like, it's just availability and everything. You've not had much success, right? Getting a lot of those programs, so.
Everybody just busy as we are.
Maybe Holly Springs, let's borrow some, is that what you're thinking?
I mean, what,
Runabout,
so,
runabout?
I'm just saying, this is, this,
Oh, bike lane, look at that.
There you go. Everything
We
else.
added that a while ago.
you know, the Children's Hospital, Verde in general, is a project that's gonna have hundreds of millions, billions of dollars of investment from the state level, and let people be looking at us. And I don't want to be in a position where Apex is the one messing up, because we're not able to handle the capacity at a certain point. We have to delay 30 days or 60 days, and that costs them, and then by proxy, the state, millions of dollars. You know,
And yeah,
Take it.
if it means that we have to think a little bit out of the box, right? Like maybe hire somebody or contract for the business as usual work, while our staff focus on the new stuff temporarily, right? Even if, you know, some work can be done remotely, you know, we can go beyond our immediate region to hire some of those skills. I don't know, I think there's solutions here, but yeah, we gotta keep the show moving forward. Yeah.
But we want to move forward, but we want to move forward in a way that we don't regret later as well. So we can't rush things. So even though, you know, yes, we want to do things in a timely manner, we don't want to be looking back 5 years, 10 years, 15 years later saying we should have thought of this, that, and the other. So, yeah.
It's your choice. That's awesome.
Yep.
So, just another rendering, and you can see there is a bike path in this one. All these are just renderings, there are not final plans, but staff is working with them both on greenway connectivity and bike paths and all those sorts of things, so to make sure that that connectivity. is
Just
there.
render a roundabout in the next.
And maybe some great separated pedestrian stuff would be great here too, like, so you're not competing with the cars.
Because once you show us this, and it's reality, right?
That's the reason I had them only send me what. And I didn't touch anything. So, but you can see they got some different pathways, you know, inside, so. It's exciting. All right, so we're gonna switch to, so obviously, if you're building this facility, okay. Y'all see any problems? So, it's got too small, but anyway, all right, I'm gonna let him stop doing that, if everybody gets a little motion sickness. There you go, leave it right there, thank you, sir. So this is our transit plan, and currently there is a bus slash rail station sitting right in the middle of the NCC property. Obviously, that won't work very well. So, in looking at this, and looking at this black rail, which does not exist, all the way back up to Moore Street to the mobility hub that we are proposing there. The cost of this piece, joined with the thought of this is on the property of NCC, you know, the Children's Hospital. The cost of this is greater than the cost or equal to the cost of the entirety of the S Line North. There, the cost of constructing this and this piece is considered equivalent almost to the construction of the S Line North. If so,
Give me a number, because I'm not.
I have no idea what the number is, so to be honest, but I mean, imagine this, you're talking about a parallel line coming through this corridor, where's that gonna go? That's starting, you know, that's coming down Salem Street, and, you know, so just even coming with the property to be able to do that. The bottom line is, staff is recommending, will be bringing on December 9th the recommendation to remove this from our transportation plan.
That's just a rail and a bus.
It's supposed to be both.
We're looking to remove the rail and the bus. But, nice segue, we are looking at enhanced bus transportation, right? So we're looking at adding a mobility hub here, closer to the 55, like an enhanced mobility hub in this location for bus and others. Here, that would serve Wake Tech as well. And we're working with RXR on what that looks like. And for them to provide this property and maybe more. Whatever we can work a deal with them. But obviously, the Children's Hospital cannot move forward with closing a real estate deal with that in the center of where their hospital is supposed to be. So as a staff, and based again on the cost of this line and the reality that we don't think it will happen because of that cost, we as a staff are going to bring forward to have that taken off the transportation plan. Now, over the next 18 months, while they're redoing the plan, I mean, if something comes up, I mean, whatever the vision for future transportation, that may change otherwise and look different as over the next 18 months as they are going through the process of the new plan. Do you have any comments you want to make, Diane?
Bus transit center?
Or anything I just said, if I misrepresented it, is there anything?
Shannon and Katie are working very closely with them to get the SD plan language correct, to get the transportation plan on them correct. But we're in the very early stages of that. It'll come to you in December. But the thought is that the bus transit center will allow enhanced transit. We don't know what that'll look like, if it'll be extended service, so you have maybe 15-minute buses coming through, or if it would be bus rapid transit, we don't know, because bus rapid transit is a regional system, so we would have to work with our regional partners. We can't have it worked out for this year, and that's not. We don't know. So they're working on the language to make sure that we have the bus transfer center in place for whatever would want to come there. And it is close to the Wake Tech campus, and the Wake Tech campus does have a tunnel across. So there, people won't have to cross the roads.
So I wanted to just bring that to everyone's attention, so even though it's out there, that's a concern. That's something that planning's been working very hard. It's been the number one topic of conversation from the first meeting, probably through the first 3 or 4 meetings until we got that, worked out how we can address it.
Are we thinking right now that the hub would be near Wake Tech and there'd be some kind of separate thing that would be different maybe between that hub and the hospital and go back and forth? Or is it are you thinking like the end of the route would be at the hospital and just go through that hub and then up, like in one cohesive thing? Is that beyond the scope?
I think that it will be, I think there's going to be some connectivity. In the hospital itself, they're committing to some bus stops on their site. Total of 4.
I think staff asked
two
about-
doubles.
Yeah, 2 doubles. So we're still working through the exact language because they have attorneys.
And my bus stops, essentially, not just a throwaway thing, if they're gonna build it, or save it, but like whatever, it's like, they intend on people using it, and it'd be important as part of this
Yeah,
development.
you can go to any large hospital and see that the staff particularly uses transit
Yeah.
in and out, just because the parking is so difficult. When shifts end, it's hard to get out of those parking garages and folks want to go home. So, yeah, it's been a cooperative joint effort. It's just trying to get the language so that it works for the town and it works for the developer and it works for North Carolina Children's. We actually have 3 entities that are negotiating every single one of these things. So that's fun.
So like right now, they have no plans, right? So they want to strategically place the bus stop near front of the building. So that until they get those laid out, what they look like, they won't, don't commit to where they're gonna be, but they're committing that they will place X number on their site, and they're committed to that. And RXR is very committed to bus transit within Viridia as a whole. There's been no pushback to say they don't want to do that. You know, they're just trying to figure out a way to make sure that it makes sense what we're doing and it's all tied together. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention and. Thank you.
Question.
Do we need to take our 15 break?
We're at the break point and then we'll reset. We've got two quick items. It won't be long on those and then we'll be.
So do we want 10 or 15? That would be.
That's fine with me.
All right, we'll go 10, so we'll come back on at 35.
So we're gonna read that.
2 activities left. I promise you, unless you want them to be, they will not take 30 minutes each. So the first is we always like to, at our strategic planning meeting, take a little bit of time to celebrate some successes over the last year. So we've talked a lot about future planning, but there's been a lot that's happened. If you look up all over here, we had to make the paper extra long this year because there's so much that happened over the last year. But we lose that, right? We forget as we were going through it at our ELT meeting, we're like, oh, that did happen last year. Oh, what about this and that? So I'm going to start. We did a video and we sent this out to the organization. I think it went in our last newsletter. And so the whole organization could see some highlights. And then I've got a basket here. It won't be a surprise, hopefully, to most people, unless you're filling in for somebody. I'm going to pull up some directors randomly to come up and talk about their top 3 to 5 things over the last year.
Okay, where that goes, is this is in time? Roughly?
Yes.
And the colors matter?
The colors do not matter. It started by fiscal year, so this was July,
Month.
so July to June. And the months are at the bottom. Some of them fell off, so hopefully they're in the right place. One is an example, N4 right there in the middle. It took up 5 stickies. It was such a big project and touched so many different departments. But the stickies aren't necessarily the scale and magnitude. I think there's only one up there for NCC Children's. Like,
Yeah.
that's a bigger project, but it's 1 sticky on there.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the video and then we'll go into having some direct.
Is this the best background you could find in all day then?
It was the longest wall. It was the longest wall, and you'll see in a second. It'll make
Green.
We had so many accomplishments, we had to find a big wall in the gym. Can we hurry and play so I don't look frozen like that?
Yeah.
Ready? Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay.
So a little bit of a morale boost for our staff. We wanted to celebrate what they do, but this was, as you can see, there were so many for me to pick from. So we hit some highlights in the video, but I wanted to give our directors an opportunity to come before council and share some of their highlights. So I don't know that anybody wants to be picked, but I'm gonna see who gets. John, you're the first one.
That was convenient. I was speaking with my staff this morning just to reiterate, find out what they felt to them was most important. So a lot of times we hear about certain projects, but at the end of the day, what was it important for them? So we'll highlight 2 of our 4 divisions, facilities and fleet. Yes.
You may want to stand over there because it's like your buddy's on the.
But anyway, so I wanted to highlight our facilities and fleet departments today. The police department had an issue in the IT server room with their Libra system, which keeps the constant temperature for the IT department. So we proactively jumped in, tried to get a plan, worked with IT, worked with communications, coordinated with a lot of different people to prevent that. On top of that, it was 2 units. You had to bring one down, replace one, bring another one. So anyway, that whole coordination was a big event, especially with 911 centers going on and all that. So we're really pleased with that. Also, what was important, might seem minor, but worked with communications to help take advantage of the staff temporarily moved out to improve LED lighting and do all that switch out. At the nature park, they were very pleased to help the park maintenance building improvements. The space had been dealing with elevated humidity for some time. So staff and contractors worked together to try to improve that situation. And now it's been, I think, pretty much right sized to a more sustainable level. On the fleet side, Geotab Innovation Award for Excellence, not only a national award, international. Geotab's the leading telematics provider, and we won in a public fleet small municipality category, and that is just huge, huge. The other thing that we're super proud of is they've developed a fleet policy, AVL policy, and that has been had been presented to management for review. So hopefully that's coming, but that's a big undertaking. It involves in right sizing fleet utilization, touches potential driver behaviors and how we want to make sure everyone returns home at night safely with their family. So a lot of these things will be forthcoming, but those are two places for fleet, two places for facilities that we're super excited. So thank you.
Stacy. Come on up, Stacy, and tell us 3 things that you're super proud of over the last year that might be up on the board.
Got it. All right. Let's stand closer to the board.
You can stand wherever you'd like, just not in front of the camera.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Sure. Yeah. So amid all of the external things that we typically would not be dealing with this past year, we have accomplished a lot through communication. So I would say some things that come to mind are the local spot campaign and execution. And when people walked up to the farmer's market booth and said, I know what this is and I know how it works, I was like, that is a big time win for us. And then the Saunders Lot campaign was another really big undertaking for the communication staff this year. And then we did a lot of internal support too with the role of Infor and Infor, it's all across the bottom there. So I would say, and I say this every time, we touch a little bit of all of those projects and it keeps us really busy, but we love making all of the rest of our departments look good.
Erica. Whatever. 3 to 5, whatever you want.
3. Okay, well, I know some items were mentioned, and I think we already knew this, about contract negotiation. So, in working with budget, we saved over $143,000 on telecommunication. We worked with a company called Spyglass, and 14 had to go out and identify each and every old AT&T line that had been here since the age of time, dinosaurs prior to me, which is hard to believe. So that was a big accomplishment. We thank Terry for his push for smart cities. Our innovations team was created. So now we have a security and innovations team. And of course, they did the parking, so the parking app. We are starting on our works with some people in the community that do park apps. And so we're exploring the options that they have in comparison to what we're doing with parks. So we'll be hoping to show some of the ideas, thoughts, and pilots that we do. Like Stacy, there's a lot of these things that we're proud of and we were, involved in, throughout the year, but the biggest one goes back to the ERP implementation and Infor, and we're still rolling with that, in partnership with, everybody that has already been converting and those still converting, like from and planning. So yeah, a lot of work from staff went into that as well. So yeah, lots of other stuff, but I'll stop at those three. So thank you all very much for your support.
All right, Craig, you're next.
I got more than three. But I'm gonna be really quick like Lisa said. So 2 street hockey rinks in partnership with Carolina Hurricanes, construction and implementation of programming, so that's been pretty awesome. We did our pricing policy for our programs and rental fees, which y'all have adopted. So that was a big deal for us. We're moving into fee study for Tia Blue. So we're headed in that direction now, so we contracted that out. We added another cricket pitch over at JC Park at the softball field. The coming year, we're adding a cricket pitch in the batting cage area. So we'll have 3 cricket pitches for use at JC Park, which is pretty awesome. Programming increases. Athletics increased by 10%, seniors increased by 22.22%, specialized recreation increased by 17%. Super exciting, those areas. 54 plus town and community special events that we have completed this year, which is amazing, by the way. It's a lot of events. Currently, West Street site plan is in development in TRC. Hunter Street bike track, we have started public engagement, and those are the ones.
Trying to hide from me, but Diane, I see you.
I'm trying to So, I mean, the biggest things you do already know about, adoption of the Western Big Branch Area Plan, the associated changes to land use transportation plan, the Apex Transit Prioritization Study, we did all the public outreach in the report last fiscal year. We just saw that recently. And then the Apex Mobility Hub Study in downtown Apex. But something you might not know about, Marlon and I worked together to create a new team. It's called the Apex Coordination Team, ACT. And the purpose of this team is to have members from all of the departments, which we do, to break down silos between the departments for public outreach and public engagement. And so we've just been meeting the past couple of months, but we're having our very first in-person meeting next month to start planning an engagement expo that we will have for the community. Kind of think of the Gov Love that we had during the 150th, or the wellness fairs but it'll be a way for staff from all the different departments to showcase what they're working on once a year, as well as hopefully humanize staff, combat citizen incivility. And so it's a big project. We want to do it right. So we're targeting kind of winter of 2027. So we have a year to plan it, but very exciting.
Final director, and it worked out. I got 2 from each portfolio. Arla.
Hi, we had busy year. I'll start with one of the most visible ones in a sense, and that is the onboarding of the Ask Apex Town Services Specialists, who were pressed into service as a result of some of the complications we were having with utility billing post cyber event. So that was one big one. And it just so happens, I also want to give a plug, this week was Customer Service Week. And so we took time to try to recognize our TSS staff, as well as some of the utility and collection staff who actually serve as that front line with the residents or citizens of this community. So that was big. We updated our housing plan. We updated our affordable housing policy. We're really excited about, thank you all for purchasing the 13 acres on U Street, so that we can start to look at how we might be able to be more active in providing more housing options for folks who want to be here. As we often say, you want to be here. So we want to make that possible for folks. Wow, we have a lot. I'll stop there.
Sure. Thank you for those that were randomly pulled. And we could spend all day talking about this, and really, when you get time, if you haven't, check out the board. There's a lot of stuff on there that we forget about. And we often focus on the things that we maybe are struggling with, and we should be focusing on a lot of the accomplishments that are up here, because there's so much that we do every day. So good job, team. Round of applause. And thank you, council, for allowing us to do these things. We do appreciate that. Like I said, I've been in jurisdictions where we've been begging to get things done, and I think you all expect us to do a lot, right? And that's a good thing. Rather than throttle us back, you want us to do more. So this shows the team definitely produced.
We greatly appreciate it.
If
Thank
I
you.
can, take a little bit of a mayor pro temp prerogative. Coming up here, Brandy.
Gonna get a hug in front of
You on camera? You're busting back. Now, it's, you know, I know I speak on behalf of council for this, and I've had the pleasure of working for some really great leaders, from Colin Powell to the other chairmen and secretaries of defense and things of that nature. And over time, I've developed this memo that's called the 5 Gs of leadership. One of those Gs is, you know, get confident. One is, you know, make sure that you're giving grace. Another one is giving of yourself. But it's important to recognize those who have been contributing those aspects of leadership. So I have something I want to give to you. I have a 5-pointed star, the 5 Gs of leadership, 5-pointed stars. If you're not familiar with military culture of coining, back in World War I, you'd have Germans that would infiltrate military units. And in order to determine whether or not somebody was actually part of your unit, you had a coin. That was the secret token that said, hey, you're one of us. But that coin tradition eventually evolved into things such as you carried one with you all the time in order to show that you were part of the team, to show your allegiance, to show who you were proud of being around. It would be presented at bars, and if you didn't have your coin, you were buying around for the bar. It's an important tradition, but it's one that shows that you are part of us, and you are a person who is dedicated to the larger aspect of the team. So, Randy, I want to give you one of these coins because you're doing a great job of leading this team, and I can say that on behalf of everybody on council. We're proud that you're here, and we're excited the work that you've done, and that big long list. And I know it's just a reflection of everybody out there, but they don't do the work unless they're getting the right direction and focus. And we recognize the challenges that can be presented, but it takes grace, confidence to be able to move forward, and you're exhibiting all of those. So thank you for what you did.
Thank you very much.
I do want to make sure that we recognize, and this is something I've been trying to do for a while because just the opportunity hasn't presented itself. Diane. The person who ever wanted to. And I have the same thing for you, because you've got one of the real aspects of the 5 Gs of leadership, which is you give of yourself and you grow other people. And that's an amazing thing. So I have a coin for you with the 5-pointed star, and want to give this to you to say thank you for all that you do. We appreciate it. And, you know, we know you're a reflection of all the hard work that's gone on, but this just gives us a small token to be able to say, thank you for what you do every day. And you're a reflection of everybody else in this room. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you. I think, we don't want to cut anybody off. If you wanted to comment, say anything, you don't have to.
My biggest comment is I am so very amazed all the time when I look at things like this, when I look at the people that are here that make Apex great. Y'all are it. So thank you so much.
Right. Ready to move to the next? Okay. So we have one last thing, and this is the initiative prioritization activity. It's a little bit different than what we've done in years past. And as I explained, we're kind of in, I won't say flux, but we've got a strategic planning meeting, we've got a retreat. I anticipate that at the retreat, we'll spend a little more time on initiative development. But for today, what we wanted to do is bring up the initiative list for the last 2 years plus the current. So 3 years worth of initiative. One of the things that we provided, if you recall, when we had the session, I think it was our retreat last year, we had Dr. Steidinger facilitate that, and we heard from staff. And we talked about the concept of, we've got all these initiatives that we're doing on top of the day-to-day, and we're still working on them from last year and the year before. And then all of a sudden we got this new list of initiatives to then put in there. How does it all work together? And sometimes it can just be overwhelming because we have multiple initiatives that we're juggling for multiple years. And so what we wanted to focus on for this meeting for today is taking a look at the initiatives, going through and having you weigh in just a visual survey, and then we're going to code them. So we're going to start with fiscal year 23-24, and you've got a red pen and a green pen. And just by your vote of red or green, whether you think that initiative is accomplished and or well underway, that would be a green pen. Or if you think, no, we haven't done what we need to do, or you need a clarifying point and we'll kick it to the next step, then you would hold up your red pen. And we're going to kind of go by consensus. We went through this as staff, and there are a total, I think, unless we missed, there's some overlap from year to year, but there are about 30 on here. And as staff, we believe we're down to 10 or less out of those 30. And a couple of them rest solely with council, such as even your elections. That's not something really staff is going to bring about. We can help you accomplish that, but that's something we would need direction on. So we're going to go through these and just do a quick red, green pen. Then once we get through all of these, we'll then take those that are red. If there needs to be discussion on those, we can discuss it. But if not, then we will ask you to prioritize those that are red or that have not been accomplished yet. Sound like a plan? Okay, so we're going to start with the oldest. We're going to go to 23-24. And if we need explanation on this, hopefully we've got some staff that can help me out with on these. I can cover some of them. But we'll start 23-24, our neighborhood improvement grant program. Okay, good. That's what we thought too. We felt like that was accomplished and well underway. All right. Next is enhance the historical marker program. Okay, I'm going with we're accomplished. I see one red, but we can talk.
We're going to go through them like individually later. Okay.
Increase elementary school SROs. That one kind of bled over. I'm seeing red. I'm going to call that red. Okay. Even your elections. That's pretty sure that's a red one.
Yeah.
Free electric chargers everywhere. I'm going to offer that we've somewhat amended that because of the market, but substantially we are in progress of putting those out. So not to influence you, but okay. I saw green on that. Adopt a tree preservation ordinance to maintain and increase apex tree canopy cover. The three reds, right? Public transit options to RTP and increased transit operation frequency. And red can mean if you need more dialogue, we can talk about it because we do have some information. Okay, I'm calling that one red. We can talk a little bit about that one. Focus on improving bikeability across Apex. Okay, that one goes red. Opportunities to keep and create affordable housing options. Okay, go green there. All right, that closes 23.
Should we discuss them year by year?
Sure, we can do that.
We'll refresh on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, anybody want to talk on the green? I think maybe you had a question on it.
The markers, I mean, I know we did the ones a couple at the school, but we haven't done that nearly that many. That's why I put red. So I don't know, like we can have that many.
The program's there, it's funded, right?
I don't know what the like why are there not more and like what the status is of that.
People haven't applied for them. We've had people talk with us and they don't fill out the application. It is a reimbursement program, so they have to come up with the money themselves. So
Okay.
to do the marker, the reimbursement is now 100%. so they get their money back, but they do have to do the upfront work. They have to fill out the application, figure out what the wording will be, we review it. They work with the manufacturer to have the marker created. They have it put in themselves, so it was set up originally to be a 50%. But now it's 100%. We've had inquiries. St. Mary's actually had us an approval. I don't know that they've put it up yet. We worked extensively with them, and we encouraged them to talk to the Greater Christian Chapel Church, one on 1010 that has the marker. And then Alonzo Wilson, we talked with the old barber shop on Salem Street. It's a little white building he owns, but it hasn't been submitted. I have thought about using the funds, but we'd have to come and ask you if it's okay at the end of the year, if we haven't had any private folks wanting to use them, And the other thing I'm waiting for is the Tunstall House to be done. I'd like to have a marker at Tunstall House. Like to maybe have a marker, at a few other historic locations that the town's involved with.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I personally believe town initiated ones may be appropriate. And I was thinking like in downtown too, I guess maybe we're waiting for all the streetscapes to happen, but I feel like there could be 3 or 4 in downtown that are where the log pond was, and maybe other places too that are relevant.
So it sounds like a good plan about the end of the year, plan, like you're saying. if we
Yeah,
got funds left
we can
over.
do that. It takes a few months, so we probably could start maybe in January and start getting things together to utilize the funding by the end of the year.
Okay, so from a town perspective, we have the program there. We actually made it a little bit more user-friendly with the full reimbursement eligibility. So unless maybe we could work to advertise that program a little bit, we could hit that and then go into what Diane said as a small pivot from that if we have funds available. Okay, so now we'll hit any other green ones that need to be talked about, or we'll go to the red. All right, so the first one, this red, increase elementary school SROs. I can talk briefly about what we attempted on that front. My understanding on this was that we have one SRO marked for every 2 elementary schools. And so there's not one dedicated to every elementary. So recognizing that gap, we did initiate a special project team. This was last year at some point. It's under the previous chief. And we had them engage the school board and also kind of look at models that were around the country. It didn't go so well. I think we as staff need to revisit it because of how it was couched. It got off on the wrong foot. And I think the school board received it that we were trying to replace SROs with civilians. And there was a concept of if we weren't able to fund an active duty or police officer as an SRO for every elementary school, could we look at retired law enforcement professionals that could then work an abbreviated school schedule that might be still credentialed in North Carolina, but it didn't get received that way. And so it kind of failed from the start. And we found ourselves having to defend what we were doing. I won't get further into it, but we did try that. So the only option, really, there's a couple options on this. We either, as town council, need to decide to fund those as SROs, or we can take another stab at that alternative, which there were models that were talked about in other areas that is done, but to be done effectively, you need to market it right from the very beginning. It's not a replacement. It's right now we have 1 per 2 schools. And so we have schools that sometimes are without. And is there an alternative model if we can't afford to do the full model?
I mean, my thought is, I have never supported the idea that we need SROs in elementary schools in the first place. I mean, it is the idea that it's about protection and things like that. We know that is not an accuracy there. It's about relationships and so on. So to me, that relationship is fulfilled when you have an SRO that's able to rotate through the elementary schools. That's my opinion. My thought too is that we have other, sworn officer positions that we need to fill first and are more important for the community rather than parking them at an elementary school.
Just to jump on that, I like the alternate approach, right? It's like the retired law enforcement, because I do agree with the auditor. I think we have other needs within the police departments that need priority as far as uniform or sworn officers. But I do still see the gap that we have with, not having school having natural or SRO splitting time between more.
I think I also agree with you guys, but I was wondering about the chief. This is before you give any thoughts on this topic.
So many.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think I would be supportive of either, to be honest. I mean, first librarian, appreciate the sentiment that I think from the first 9 months of being here, there would be sworn staffing priorities that, in my opinion, would supersede the need to put cops in every single elementary school. So as it comes down to limited resources, that's the tough decision we have to make. I am supportive of alternative models, although also aware of their shortcomings. So I just think that it requires a very high quality conversation with all the stakeholders. And I think that what I've been told is that didn't necessarily happen last time around. So if there's direction that that's something that y'all would like to see happen, I will most certainly champion it happening the right way this time.
So do we all agree, maybe re-engage that process?
I think it's worth re-engaging to have, potentially other options. Again, my priority would be to, make sure we have people serving the community as a whole and not necessarily just dedicated to a school, especially when we're not getting reimbursed from the county or the state level at all for elementary SROs.
I mean, my thought on this is I feel like this is a resource priority issue. And I tend to say for resource prioritization, push that down to the department, let you guys figure out come to us with the proposal if you think it's something that you need. But I tend to say that with this particular issue, do the manpower study, figure out where your real needs are going to be at first, give us priority. And then if it comes down to, all right, this is something we can do, then, we can take a look at the other options, such as whether it's retirees or something like that. Because I know that it's one of those things where if you ask the average person on the street, they feel like this is a high value request. And then we look at in terms of kind of like the overall needs of the department versus every place else, its value tends to slide down. So I'd love to get a better sense after you've had a chance to kind of look at the issue as to how to best address this larger picture. I don't still feel like this is something we need to drive from the top down on this one.
There's a plan to come in the next public safety work session and provide y'all with the initial assessment that we've been working on for the last 6 months in terms of a potential reorg of the existing assets of the police department, so that we're deploying them in the most efficient means possible. And that will probably feed into this grander conversation about what new assets or resources might be necessary.
Sounds really good.
Okay. Great, so we'll do that work session. Okay, moving down, I don't know if you guys want to talk about even your elections.
No.
Okay. We just want to point out it's red on our board, but
I still want.
We all know it's red.
I still would like it to happen, but I don't know if that's all agreement, but it's also out of our hands because we can't make that happen ourselves either.
I mean, it was on our agenda. We talked to the lobbyists about it. The lobbyists talked to some state legislators about it. They were lukewarm to the idea. By the time the conversations kept going, it got to be too late this year. We want to make the change like in July after the file,
Yeah.
So it's something that you really have to do maybe the day after an election. You need 2 years you can do it just, as opposed to, we're going to cancel this year's election. So
can I suggest with this one, because I think I was one for that, and there originally was to, if there is an effort to have a bunch of municipalities look into this, maybe that's where a lobbyist would be great to kind of get on that list. Or maybe even better is if we can talk to people in Wake County, if there's general agreement about municipalities in Wake County, that would be better, because if we all kind of coming together like that, I'm not sure how everybody feels.
Yes, we talked about that, right? Like,
Yeah,
the
okay.
conversation has been started.
It has been started, okay.
The whole Wake County did it once, it'd be a lot easier for all of us.
And I think we'll vote for it more likely than if it's just us by ourselves.
And I think there's general support behind it. It's just educating people on that we want to do it as a unit together. Yeah. And the public has to know the benefits, how much money we would save, and what that would mean for, Like, I think what I keep bringing back to is what we spend on audio elections roughly equal to what we spend on sidewalks every year. Except bonds and grants stuff, but $250,000 is a good chunk of change.
So is
That's
the timeline?
2 to 3 staff members right there.
So the question is, do you want to tie even your elections with, as we move into 24, 25? Sorry to skip ahead, but the modifying to at-large district or district seats, do you want that to be together, or do you want those two things to be separate?
We can do modified form of government at large without the general assembly. That's actually, yeah, correct. And I was wondering, honestly, like, we talked about that, and it's brought up, like, maybe time that's next census would be a good time to do that. Like, once we get the next census data of the district, like, would be a good point. I think it's inevitable. We have to do it at some point. Once you have 150,000 people, it's ridiculous voting at large. The cost of running those campaigns is prohibitive to a lot of people.
Okay, so if they're separate, back to even year thing, like, in theory, doing it like next year for 2028 would be a timeline to give everybody a chance, right, to settle that.
There's different ways to do it, you could run an election where the term is 3 years and say, okay, I'm not canceling any election, but this term is gonna be 3 years instead of 4. So, and then we'll go to 8 years to that. Maybe transition over a couple of years. There's also the area that, like, if the issue is cost, you want to save money, like, why not just do it right away? And just like say, sorry, we're gonna do it. Why, if we're trying to save $250,000 a year, why not 2 more elections that way? Just but there's a politics of seeming to extend the terms to one approach. People don't like that. There's constitutional reasons why it's difficult to shorten the terms. Once you're elected to a 4-year term, to pass a law saying it's now a 3-year term, it's going against the will of the people that have voted to do a 4-year term. So that's awkward as well.
Is asked maybe to re-engage with lobbyists about this topic coming up, and maybe solicit input from the clerks from the other municipalities about this topic, maybe, and then see if we can gin up some support or not about it, and kind of report back to us at some point in the spring or summer next year.
I would say the best case scenario.
I was just gonna say it's already on our legislative agenda. We've started this conversation. What would be beneficial is that we bring this back to the retreat in February and have a more robust conversation, because if it is something that's still of interest, then we can kind of start boots on the ground then.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, best case scenario, the whole county moves at once. Raleigh's already moved, right? And once Raleigh moved, that decreases all of our costs. There's certain costs that are split between moves out and election.
But Cary, I think, moved back, right?
No, Cary got rid of the runoff.
They're still, they didn't, I thought they were even, they back.
No, they were odd year. They had a runoff though, so they voted in October and then.
All right.
I would say everyone going at once would also save us all money, and then it would actually save the county money, because then the board of elections would love that if they had no elections to run except for a couple one in Dartmouth.
So perhaps for the meeting in February, whenever that is, if there could be a little bit of outreach to the clerks, maybe to say,
we've started
a little vibe about how all the officials are feeling about this in Wake County at least, then maybe that could inform that.
And I'll say outside of Wake County, every year you see a dozen or more towns across the state.
They've been moved
because all going in one direction, right? It's all the sausage. They want to save money. If money's tight, it's a, good chunk of change.
Yeah.
And turnout is typically that.
Right? Well, that's good and bad for people.
Yeah.
Okay, good to move to the next red. Adopt a tree preservation ordinance to maintain and increase apex tree canopy cover. Diane, can we go there first? Yes.
Sure, yes. So we hired our first environmental programs coordinator. She's been working diligently with the Environmental Advisory Board, combined with, mission of Tree Cap and Bee City. And unfortunately, I think it was July, she had like a series of presentations she was going to do, and we started having trouble getting a quorum. So there has been a presentation on what all of our tree ordinances are currently. The next presentation is on what are other communities doing that we could look to increase our tree ordinances. And so they did have a special meeting this week with Trees of the Triangle. They came in to talk with the EAB about that. So we are working on this. It's not quite there yet, but the goal is to have that this fiscal year, to have some UDO amendments for you all. We partnered, Nora with, Bruce Venable, who's been doing our UDO amendments. And so we do expect this to be done this year.
Is the county planning at all to do a mid-decade update to their tree canopy study that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. They reached out to us a few months ago where they've got a spreadsheet where they want us to go in and report tree planting activities. So each year we put in the plant the peak information. The Earth Day planting that was done, but they've not talked about doing an update.
You know, the staff here have the capacity to replicate that study for just Apex?
No.
Okay.
So one of the things that's really clear is that communities that have more robust urban forestry programs, which a lot of times, I mean, it's like 6 employees to have that. They would probably be able to do that, but we have, we rely on Phillip Farms and Nora's background is more horticultural, not arborist.
Okay. So we've heard what we've got planned. Any other input, or we're good with that direction, letting it play out at this point? Next is public transit options to RTP and increase transit operation frequency. Actually, Celeste and I talked to Katie yesterday. Can't tell you how fortunate she is. She's a genius on transit. She was talking about the 311 and the 305, and she's got it all. It's amazing. So there has been some progress here, and Diane, maybe you can help me out with this, and Celeste, because I'm trying to remember the conversation, but the 311 route is the one that used to go to the.
You guys did. The Lake Transit Plan 2035 update that's about to get passed by Campo. And it has a lot more, not just, I've been advocating for the local money to be a part of Apex, but a lot more regional routes in that plan, including the one to RTP and increased frequency to Cary and the one that's directly to Raleigh. It's quite an increase in routes for us in Apex.
And 2027, I think, is when she said.
Yeah,
right?
there's a time.
2027, the 311 route is back.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one, I used to use that to go to work, and it's nice, but they took it away, so.
So that will be back and funded, and we don't have to, from what I have a cost share, it's funded through the program, it'll be 2027, I think is what she told me.
I don't know the dates, but I can tell you that she is coming to do a special presentation on the regional routes that have changed or that will be changing.
Yeah.
I believe not this Tuesday, but the 28th. So she'll be there and you can ask all the questions you like. She has all the answers. We'll be back to talk.
Do you know about the Apex Route 1 Sunday?
I think that was still pending because of the other special service that couldn't match it.
Yes, so Wake County was not able to provide the paratransit service on Sunday.
Yeah.
And so we've been exploring options with Cary. I don't know where we are right now with that, but since it will be a presentation on your agenda, you can ask Katie about anything you like. I will give her a heads up that.
So do we feel like that one's still red? Your
And
perspective?
it sounds like it's being worked on, is being actively addressed, so.
It's obviously not done, but at least it's in place. Awesome.
Do we turn green? I see green. Okay. And then the last red for 23-24 is focus on improving bikeability across Apex. So to share some information, I was out, we were filming a video, so Angela's here. I think a lot of our bikeability, and Russell can talk about this too, Angela, as far as our greenways, what we're getting ready to connect, you want to just comment on that a little bit, and the connectivity that we have and what we're creating with our upcoming openings.
So October 18th is our Great Trails Day celebration, including ribbon cutting for Cedar Creek Greenway from Hollywood Park, spinning right to the nature park. I actually got to ride it last night from my house to the S'mores and More celebration. I was doing inspections.
There's been logs on the thing, but I've been on it, so.
Trust me, nothing stops the people.
Yeah, I know.
Even me asking them to hold off so we can do video, they said, well, he's done, I can go, so. But yeah, that's a mile plus extension. We're super excited about Middle Creek in that it hits our southern boundary with Holly Springs. And if you get to the Sunset Lake Trailhead, which is our first official trailhead, it has a big emblem that's paved into the surface. And we have coordinating stickers for all of our greenway out that are like things to do, like scavenger hunts or games or treats or whatever, where people can earn stickers and do all that stuff. So we're branding our greenways and making connections. And we're starting the projects this year, all these gap filling segments or extending the bigger greenways to connect those other gaps. So we're closing, we're starting to close and extend in a way that I've been able to see since I started in 2015. So we're getting there. Do that.
And the Salem Street one? Is that one happening still?
Unfunded still is.
Unfunded list. I thought we already started that or did something to it. Design
Yeah,
it?
we're currently wrapping up the scoping for design, so yeah, that portion is funded design.
Okay.
Russell, you want to add anything on bikeability?
Great.
So, my,
oh, sorry.
So my red here is really not so much a reflection of the greenways and then that the expansion of that system, because yes, that's great. It's really how do I get from A to B in town, right? Traversing some of our main thoroughfares, having safe crossings at 55 and 64 and some of these busier roads where we're just, we're still lacking. And I still see it in our overall road design, where we seem to be hesitant to put a bike lane in because of, whatever the reasons are, right? I still think that we can be much more aggressive here, right? To when we start looking at connectivity within the town itself, not so much the off-road greenway system.
Can I add the Hunter Street biking thing? I think is great, but are we trying to do that on every road that makes sense now with the state when they're redoing the pavement? Is that the current status?
There are some challenges. I mean, newer guidance has come out from highway, indicates that on these major roads, like 4-lane roads, for instance, they no longer recommend like striped bike lanes. If you're gonna do bike lanes, they won't want barrier separated bike lanes, very difficult conversation with DOT, cost, functionality standpoint. So where we may be going with these multi-lane roads is going more to off-road or adjacent bicycle facilities. So we have to look more at like separated, adjacent to the roadway, two-way cycle tracks or something like that versus the on-road more bike lanes on major roads. We are trying, like on Hunter Street, obviously it's one of our streets. It's local, these local collector type streets, 2-lane, 3-lane streets. It's a lot easier to do bike lanes. Start getting higher volumes, multi-lane. We'll get a lot more pushback on those. For the conversation earlier about Meridia, we will be having conversations with them as well, because we had bike lanes on our plan, Meridia Parkway and that section of 540, and DOT's been pushed back on that. So we're trying to look at options.
Yeah, because, so people from Meridia, there's kids that will go to Grace Christian, right? And so the bike lane stops. Right. And so, where do they go? There's no crossing over US 1, right? And so those are things that I think we just need to push on really, really hard to fill in those, that connective tissue, right? Especially around main thoroughfares or crossings that simply do not exist today.
Okay, so we're gonna leave this one red. Ready to go 24-25? All right, got your pens ready? First one, expand crisis social worker mental health support program at APD. Okay, green, good. Good trend. Work with Wake County for a second library. Hey. Green there, good. Purchase the Williams property and create a parklet.
Purchase.
We purchased.
Red.
I'm gonna say we purchased it, so he's got no.
Can I ask, what is maybe make the text of that one, green and red. Is there anything with that, with the thing besides buying it? Is there any like drawings besides the one I made?
No, but we haven't done anything with it, like, we just kind of land banked it right now. So the whole activation of that space, it's just like we haven't done that.
Okay, but we're gonna open that parking lot up shortly, and the next, if you're gonna do it, it's possible to kind of think about now, right? I'm not sure, I'm looking at Sean, but somebody, if it's a bad idea, we should just abandon it, but,
So now we've split it. Is that good? We've agreed on that.
Yep.
And then later we can talk about it.
Okay.
All right, modified form, we already talked about that one, so that's a red, but. Okay, higher lobbyists, that's done, right?
Yep.
Ordinance protect, we talked about tree canopy, that's a prior one that's carried over, so. Yeah, make it great. Yeah. Expand Apex Cares.
Expanding.
We made it more eligible, like more eligible.
We think it should be green too.
Yeah, it's done.
Can we do the energy efficient thing?
I think we did. I think we allowed a larger,
Weatherization component to help speak to the energy efficiency piece.
but we also increased the reimbursement limit.
Remember that.
Right, and then we extended to mobile homes
And renters.
and renters, yeah, exactly.
We now have, substantial rehab, urgent rehab, weatherization, and architectural barrier. So we try to cover a variety of needs, renters, manufactured housing, and the like. We're good.
All right, moving on, 10 votes, implement regional and public-private partnerships to advance economic development.
I think it's ongoing.
That's
What are we talking about?
Yeah, Children's Hospital. Children's Project. So I don't think that we've done a ton here, right? But of course, Children's Hospital is, a major achievement. And I think it's gonna unlock a lot more economic development. So I guess
I would say this is always a little too vague, it's been like an actionable sort of initiative. It's sort of something we're always doing. So you'd always argue we did it or we didn't do it, depending on your perspective, the interpretation of that. Is there a cash corporate sequel in the works?
So, yeah, so we worked with the county, Joanna, worked with county to identify the next areas for investment development. Look, obviously land is a premium in our area. There are very few sites left that would be considered industrial. The one that was identified and working with the county economic development and went to the site, it is one that is being discussed for other uses right now.
Yeah.
It's actually industrial, but
Yeah,
it's
okay.
project. So I don't want to place, but that was the target site. That we had reached out, and started talking to people and they're like, oh, actually, we're going to do this. So there's nothing to the size, there's very little to the size of, Catch Corporate. Is anything like that might be, but there's nothing industrial that's out. But we've been fortunate to partner with you got groups like Beacon, the Gateway, and some other, even RSR. I mean, so we have, we're partnering with those in terms of helping solicit and look at, but trying to actually have an actual product as a location and with the land, site control being the number one thing for economic development, just about any business piece. We're very close to being out of options for that. So we're trying to shift what our next kind of economic development strategy is right now.
Okay. All right, next. Pedestrian bridge over Hume Olive by the Friendship Campus.
we probably have to be put in the line.
All right, next, land purchase for affordable housing legacy.
Like, wait, is it legacy?
It was listed on the same line. I took the bigger picture of affordable housing land purchase.
Oh, is that mobile homes?
Okay.
So do we need to separate that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe that got combined.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we separate? Make that one red.
Yeah, right.
We'll figure that. The last one, while she's doing that, the NC 55 corridor plan, which I believe, Diane, you want to comment
Yeah,
before they vote?
it's part of peak plan 2055. It's one of the elements, so yes.
There'll be a focus on that
Yeah.
in addition to the whole.
Yes, it'll be us. So during, prior, our 2030 land use plan, we had 3 areas that we focused on. This one, this is the main focus for a small area plan within the overall comprehensive.
Just that one is the main.
Yeah, it's 55, and it's the piece from the Peakway near US 1 up through, typically Plymouth Street, that corridor.
So if you're good hearing that, and you're waiting for that, that's a green pen? Okay. He's
great.
All right.
Sorry, we did that, yeah.
Okay. We discussed as we went. Any greens anybody wants to talk about before we go to red for 24-25? Any reds you want to talk about in 24-25?
I mean, the idea of a parklet there, I mean, that's always, for the Williams property, that was an idea of this is something that could be, right? I think its use is kind of up for debate to what the town needs at any point in time.
Well, I think that means, yeah, it's ideas. I mean, is there a plan? Is it good to have a plan at least, or think about something where, like, what could be done to kind of scope it?
Yes, I don't think that the direction here is to go build a parklet, but like, well, how could we activate that space in a way that makes sense?
Or if parking is what we want, which I don't think I do, but like maybe future people do, like that, we should maybe think about that. It's already, I bet you're gonna fill up that parking lot pretty fast. That we just built so that, and the spaces.
I mean, like we looked at it, like it's only a few spaces.
Like 30?
Yeah, it wasn't a whole lot, but I mean,
30.
I also don't think we should rush to program something that we really don't know what we need there yet. So to me, it's just a land bank.
I guess, I mean, I always thought like with the parking lot, us using the parking lot for the Occasional Festival, having a way for it to like enhance the use of the parking lot. That's like, that's why, parking would be kind of a broad term, but having that green space adjacent for use when.
Can I
still use the festival?
Can I suggest with Lisa and the plan she's cooking up for the town hall, whatever that she talked about.
Your stage again?
Can we think about facilities, not just town hall, but maybe other places that maybe could use in downtown, maybe that could use some of
That's
this?
the idea. I mean, we're gonna try to look at different locations, so.
Okay.
If you wanna include that particular parcel, we can take a look.
Like, I personally, think if a stage could work here, maybe there could be a stage there too. And I think the town could have 2 stages and be fine and be different events would use different stages perhaps. Oh, yeah.
Can I just make a suggestion? I think that if you're gonna do a stage, you want it closer to the police station part, and it might be something that's more temporary. To have something where you're gonna have music or any kind of amplified sound so close to those neighbors. It's just
Okay, I know.
And so I do think having that extra space to do more parking and then have the activation closer to where the businesses are might make sense.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I feel like we'd be setting ourselves up just to make a lot of folks really unhappy to have a stage or an active something right there next to those houses.
You could always do wine and paint back there or something very, very cool and chill and.
Yeah, and so what we ended up doing, I mean, you all know for the downtown festival district, you can't have amplified sound right next to residential. So if it's something else that potentially is fine, but kids playing can be quite loud. So I just wanted to point out the activation maybe needs to be on the Commerce Street side of things. And since it's something that, if it's an event focused thing, it might not be every day. It might be good to keep it as parking, but then have something that's, come out on the weekends to use some of the spaces for a stage or.
So general direction then on this is hold it, but if there's some opportunity we can present, if it's tied to entertainment or if there's some other, then we'll bring it forward. But to make this green, we're kind of just on hold for now. Leave it red. Okay. Any other reds? Anybody want to hit the bottom two or?
Well, can we talk about how safe it is to cross there right now? And like, is that permanent?
I'll say it is across Humiala.
Yeah.
So there's a light now. which
Yeah.
is Better. You know, I think this is put on a reaction to their best maxims down there. You know,
I live down there during school times. Are people crossing and doing it safely right now?
I haven't heard of any complaints.
I mean, like, we had the signal crossing a little bit further down the street, that we had access there, right? Crossing.
Yeah.
At a red
I
light.
think intersection crossing with signalized is better than a mid-block signalized crossing though, right?
I think actually I did get something this week, not, is there a whistle? Is there another road whistle? Whistling Quail. We did hear something recently on Whistling Quail, which is not too far. There were some issues in crossing an additional crossing guard. I haven't even talked to Chief yet about it, but that's in the same general area. So we have had some concerns about people going through that area. And people trying to cross.
so did we explore this idea and just find out that it's not feasible or cost prohibitive, or there's utilities in the way, or just, you know, there's no space or something?
Laying out on the pedestrian bridge piece.
That was just that we had that signalized thing and that was kind of what we were out there going.
Yeah, it's will be pretty expensive. Just looking at the tunnel option, we've got early numbers on the tension crossing, and it's like just under $4 million for just the tunnel itself, about 8 million total for the Greenway plus tunnel and roadway work involved. So it's pretty expensive. I mean, as far as feasibility, I mean, a lot of things are feasible, depending on how much money and how much time you have. So it's just, my main concern with that location is, will students use it? I mean, you've got that great intersections, you can't close those off, so you can't force people to use a bridge. And most of the pedestrian traffic right now is coming down Evans, where they've got signalized crossings, or coming down Blazing Trail, where they got signalized crossings. So directing them to a midpoint and making sure that they don't cross the block, but yet they walk a lot of extra distance, go up and over or down and under. It just doesn't sound like, doesn't sound like there's a lot of value in that. It's up to y'all to decide how far you want to go.
I mean, so whenever I was first on council, we started talking about the, Apex High crossing across 64, because there's a lot of students that walk across that area. And the biggest concern was that they would just run out into traffic or cross on the other side of the road where there is no signalized crosswalk there. The students are doing really well at staying within the crosswalk, following the signs, being safe, not challenging cars and things like that. I cross that area like every single school day. My biggest concern was with here, the thought is that they will be running across the road or, challenging traffic. But if you give kids who, when you got traffic constantly passing that area, if you give them a safe place to cross, they're probably going to use it. So, my thought too of a pedestrian bridge, yes, it is expensive, but it is probably the safest way to get people across and not interfere with traffic. So.
It's only the idea. Like, I agree though that, like, the priority will change based on what options are available at events, but like, if a kid gets hit tomorrow, like suddenly we're gonna have 150 people calling us or emailing us the next day demanding that we do this again. Like, that's kind of how it's gonna go. And I mean, it's something that should have been done when the campus was first planned, when you have 3 schools together, all that traffic and all those kids, like, it's just gonna be no way around it.
Yep.
Like, this should have been done when the schools, campus was first planned, 10, 11 years ago.
So I'm hearing leave it red and bring your numbers. We'll bring a plan to bring
Drop numbers,
I think, just put on the CIP, like, put it low if you want, like, but just like have it be there, and we could say it's on there, and we can prioritize it as it becomes needed.
All right, and then the last red
I
was,
think, I think we still need to do a feasibility study, because like where would we even put this thing, given how tight the margins are on that stage, right? So.
It's a mid-block thing, right?
Right, it would be like, would not
walk
be
with
anywhere
them.
near the existing properties.
It'd be in between.
Right.
So, I mean, it could be a whistling quail. Off the bottom, mid-block there. But no, I get, like I said, I think at one point, some staff member might have been Russell had mentioned, well, there's also a utility issue of you can't just dig in there because all the stuff is in there.
Yeah, tunnel, so tunnel was ruled out pretty quickly because of that.
Well, again, like enough money. Probably not.
Right.
And, you know, a pedestrian bridge, and you have issues with ADA, and you know, they can actually kind of space or an elevator or something. Not simple as cheap as it sounds.
You have to put in a tunnel, so I have a bunch of people saying you don't want to go in the tunnel. There's a tunnel here, so.
Or, you know, people say they love a bunch of kids down there,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Tunnel people.
all right, we'll leave it red and we'll talk among staff on how we can bring at least feasibility plan or something before you. Okay, and the last red from 24-25 is the legacy community. I don't know if anyone has any more.
I don't know exactly what that means. I mean, to me, like, the idea of, you know, doing a land purchase, doing CLT to be able to, you know, address upcoming issues with, you know, mobile home park and things like that. That was the idea, is just having a kind of wraparound services as much as possible to address all the different aspects of affordable housing. So, and I think that's something we're doing.
It's very green.
Yep.
See green?
Green.
Green, all right, that one's going green. Okay, ready to move 25-26? All right. First up, expand CART, which was that tied to the mental health? Is that the same? Yeah. Maybe,
I don't know what was meant by expand, but the CART program still consists of a single officer and a single clinician, so I don't know when that was put in place before I got here, so the intent was to expand beyond that, that's.
Yeah, so yes, I think this was having a second, you know, additional service for you know, our first responders. So I don't think that this is done.
Definitely the additional services for first responders with the deployment of the integral wellness program this year, that I would say is done. It will be a work, and it'll continue to be done, but it's done. But as far as the expansion of the community facing CART service, that's something that will likely be in front of you all.
Good.
On CART, what again? Is for the community or is it for the officers?
No, that's for the community. That's the co-response model involving an officer and a crisis counselor.
Oh, okay.
So it's being worked on, it sounds like it, but not there yet.
Next, Rosenwald School Preservation, red or green? Red, yeah. Okay. The next one, I don't know if that's a repeat or if there were other intentions with that, if it ties to elementary.
Great.
Same thing? We'll gray that. All right, next, leader in smart cities technology, red or green?
Like, we're working on it.
Yellow? I don't know. You know, we're starting, like, I don't know.
We're starting, but we're not, we're far from being a leader.
So again, this is, I think green because it's being worked on, unless you have anything specific. We'll continue to track these and follow these and do them, but is there any specific prioritization or direction? Yeah, so green?
Green.
Plant the peak expansion to HOAs.
So this is with the, right, the neighborhood improvement grants, expanding.
I think this was different. This was, you know, so we didn't get a whole lot of, over HOAs. Always looking for, you know, additional, so can we basically expand Fund Peak, which is residents focused, to allow HOA to apply for, you know, some additional trees in their community that might not be on resident. That was the intent behind it.
Got it.
So not our grants, right? Is that what you're thinking, Marla?
Well, I couldn't hear everything. I'm sorry.
Plant the Peak. Yeah, Plant the Peak is, Philip Barnes and Electric. And I believe it was expanded to HOAs. I believe Stacy here. did you do the, communications for Plant the Peak? It's eligible for HOAs now, correct? I don't know, but I could look. Yeah, because I know it was discussed, I know it was in the works, but I don't, it's not my department anymore, I don't keep tabs on
And
it.
so, you know, the bottom line is like, I don't care where we plant the tree, as long as we plant the trees, right? And so to limit ourselves to just residential property is, you know, was, I think, a limit that we put upon ourselves. That was not necessarily.
I know to date, we have not had any issue at getting rid of all the trees we had and all the money.
Yeah.
We actually doubled it this past year on how we were doing it because we removed we took on more responsibility internally instead of having them go, like literally the first time around, we were going out and the contractor was going back and watering the tree and all that. But we were able to remove that piece, have an agreement where the owner who's getting the tree, basically something they're gonna take care of the tree and they get the instruction, go out and take care of the tree. We were able to double the number of trees that we were able to provide. And we did basically a fall and a spring planting. So we're able to double that. So that, but I've not heard, most of the time after it gets posted, I think it's been very short window before we've been out of trees. So today, we've not had any issue with not being able to plant.
So I attended the EAB meeting earlier this week where Trees for the Triangle was presenting. I think there's some partnering opportunities for us there that would extend the, you know, the program even further. But I think more to that action, I have to take it back to staff.
So if we can confirm that we did open it up to the HOAs, green, not, like I said. Okay.
Green.
I think green.
Can I have one thing just that I do know, that this year they're doing all native trees, which we're really excited about.
And Plant the Peak is focused on native trees as well.
I'm sorry.
So Plant the Peak,
Plant the Peak.
Plant the Tree for the Triangle, sorry. It's also focused on native trees. But yeah, there's opportunity there, I think.
All right, alternative road design,
Yeah, big
red or green? See that there?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of encouraged by Russell's comments earlier. That's even like the Federal Highway Administration is now changing their guidance about separating vehicular traffic from bicycle traffic. It seems like we're catching up as a country. Can we just start?
I mean, fewer bicycle lanes in general, though.
All right, next is CSX switching station relocation.
Where are we at? I'd love more updated information on that. Do we have any updates?
I know that there was, we had to pivot because the main problem for CSX is the time it takes to go up the Durham line because they only go a few miles an hour. And so this phase of the study is pivoted, is looking at how to improve those lines so that they can go faster. Because once the trains can go faster, you can move the switching station further south.
It's
So
it's
very
basically the on time, on duty limits that are per their agreements with the unions. They can only have staff being, just like your airline personnel, right? They have certain limits. And right here, the little station is actually a crew facility that has like, you know, locker room, shower, whatever, right? And so they need to offer those facilities where they let people off, you know, come off the train basically. And so, yeah, the time it takes for the endurance for is prohibitive, you know, for moving, you know, 10, 15 miles per hour down that line, just because the trains don't move fast enough.
Can we talk about like Ubering them?
I'm having the conversation, I offered to buy him a gator.
It's like a self-imposed limits that are make this like, I hate this.
We gotta park your train in the middle of town because guys can't work the extra 15 minutes.
And you gotta run it all weekend sometimes too, just to figure out mad.
I can get you all that. More detail on that.
I think maybe do it. Studying it at least.
So we're starting it, I think, you know, as part of the S-line redesign, but there might be something coming there too, but I just don't see a quick fix.
And I guess maybe debating red or green, is there something that staff needs to be doing on this? I feel like, in addition to what we're already doing. If we got a green, we got a green, greens, I see greens, I see red, green.
I mean, this may be we're one way there. You know, given the current constraints, right, I just don't think that staff can really do something here today that would accelerate this and, you know, whatever shape.
Basically, are they putting the most ancient trains possible on this line?
Yes, well, no. So there's typically two engines that are parked here. One was rebuilt about 10 years ago. It has the updated features like the automated engine start stop system. The other one is an Asian beast. They have about 500 of those Asian beasts, so they're trying to place them, you know, where they offer the least impact. But you know, if they're not moving here or if they're replacing here, they're just going to put it in another town. That's, you know, it's kind of a civil problem. So there is a technology issue, right? These things do go in for maintenance. The older one goes in every 3 months. The new one goes in every 6 months. So not that we're dealing with broken equipment.
So,
Is there a dollar amount we can pay somebody something or partner with them to do what? To get them to move out at least that train and put it somewhere.
I mean, if we were willing to invest in the upgrade of the train, but even the newer train, right? Once it starts getting cold, the way that these damn things are designed is that when the temperature, the engine temperature reaches like 40 degrees or 35 degrees or lower, it dumps all this water because it's using water as coolant, and it just dumps, right? And so the reason they keep these things running, or at least keep them running on occasion, is to protect the temperature of the engine.
Even when it's 70, 80, 90 degrees outside.
Keep the air pressure for the brakes, right? But there's a couple systems that tie into this.
So basically, it needs to be decommissioned.
But even the newer one has the same issues, right? So like, it's not in colder weather, right? It's like, but they've been turning them on for the last 3 or 4 months, like every night, every weekend, right? So as they can. So it's previously it was like about a battery, not really the battery, because clearly they have proven that they can turn these things off, right? It's really in colder months, it's protecting the engine from freezing up or dumping its coolant, because then you have to fill it up in the morning and get the whole thing restarted.
I mean, is there a menu of options that cost, you know, millions or tens of millions of dollars that we could look at least to fix these things?
So I spoke to one of their engineers that actually builds these things a couple of weeks ago, and I went through a whole, like every thing that I could pull out of the boat or out of the air. I threw at him, right? And it's unfortunately not that simple. But I haven't given up. I'm still working it.
I mean, there's a dollar amount that I think we're willing to pay, maybe as a town, to fix some of this stuff. That's probably pretty high. And it'd be nice to know if there was like if we pay them something, they'll do it.
So one of the biggest things that I hear from the residents though is that it's the idling up and down, right? So like if it's a constant roar, it's much more palatable. Now it also includes more fuel. So that's one of the things I need to take back to CSX. Like, can I just like a shell come over and top you up every once in a while, right? Is that a solution? Anyway, it's being worked.
Thank you.
There have been quite a few times when instead of being where they are downtown, they'll park behind the Villages of Apex and do the same thing. So there have been many nights where that up and down, up and down, up and down happens there. I know what it means. You can't sleep, you can't think because of that level of roar all the time. So
it's kind of the change in pitch that makes it feel a bit rougher, but it's like a single pitch, like consistently. It's not pleasant, but it's more palatable than the cycling up and down.
Absolutely. My house backs right up to it, and that's where they park. So.
All right, we got 3 left. Next is new Go Apex routes. The second Go Apex. Green. All right, next, protect and encourage mobile home developments, support community organizations to support mobile home.
I mean, we're working towards some things, but I think we've got some work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yellow is
Yellow. Yellow. All right. I'll consider yellow red.
Go back to the start.
We can call it-
Which one's-
Yeah, exactly.
Can we do all these again?
All right, last one, Salem Street pedestrian zone options and expand Salem streetscape. That's part of the downtown streetscape, right?
It is, and I think maybe there was a talk about where we're doing the streetscape, doing another phase down the road or something else.
Is that peak plan gonna is it gonna envision anything, south of downtown on Salem? That's more focused besides what's in the downtown plan?
Where, no, the small area that's being focused on.
It's just 55. Okay.
so.
So it's red,
I think it's.
green?
Working on it.
I'm seeing red.
Okay.
Okay, so anybody want to talk about any of the greens in the left on 25, 26? Any of the reds you want to talk about that we haven't already talked about?
Okay, hold on, with the green, sorry. I know Arno, at the meeting, you said the timeline that you'd love to see it be a little faster for the transit plan.
Yeah, I know that there's a plan that's being worked. I think that we're taking our sweet time with some of the improvements,
Yeah.
but we've talked about things that we're not gonna do for 3 years, that seem fairly simple. I would like to continue to encourage staff to be as aggressive as we can expanding those services, but
Yeah.
I think it's being worked, there's a plan.
Well, I'm just wondering, is there a CIP thing for next year that more money could escalate it versus less money would be the timeline it's shown?
Hear what this item was about.
The GoApex Route 2, the second GoApex route, and the escalating that timeline that was presented in the transit plan, is there a CIP item that could be added to say, we can do it in 2 years if we spend this much versus 3 years, it's this much?
And I think before you answer, maybe, when we talked to Katie yesterday, I want to say she talked about prioritizing making it the 30-minute route versus the hour now over a second.
That
Does
was,
make sense?
yeah, that was the, right,
So I
that was in
think
year one.
that kind of is so it's not that we're not, I'm not saying you're saying this, but not doing something and then getting to this point, it's instead of doing a second route now, we're cutting the one route to a half hour from an hour and then focusing on the second route. So it's kind of a priority, but there's stuff still happening.
I'm not disagreeing necessarily with the order of things, right? The amount of time it takes to get from where we are today to kind of what the plan calls for right now, I think it's just too little. So I'd like to see it condensed. So again, there's a plan. I know it's being worked and things are in flight, so I'm good with it. I just would like to see things happen a little bit faster than the plan calls for. And so I think what Brad is asking for is like, all right, what's your ask to make this happen fast?
Yeah, and my head's like, maybe it's $1 million over 3 years, or it's gonna be 1.25 million for 2 years. Like, I'm wondering, that's possible. I don't even know if it's more, gonna be faster. If not, then yeah.
Well, I mean, most of the time, if you throw more money at it.
I know, there are options. There are options. I don't know that.
Okay, so any other discussion on red that we did not discuss?
I'd like to discuss the mobile home developments one. I mean, we've discussed this in the past, but in the event where we have a potential like upheaval where suddenly the mobile home development is going to be sold, the property out from under them, and they have to move quickly, I would love to have a plan in place if that happens. And that's kind of one of the things that didn't happen in Cary, didn't happen in Wake Forest, that caused a lot of upheaval when their mobile home parks were sold out from under them.
We learn from them potentially.
Yes, that's my point though, is we have examples of what we don't want to happen. So having a space for them to go, having a plan for them to, move to if necessary, or how can we support and assist so that it's not so traumatic for everybody involved there. So that was my thought on this type of, on this particular item.
And we could have the funds on hand to help with any potential relocation costs, but we have half of what we had on hand. But staff has already been instructed to do some groundwork on looking at, for instance, how the plan was developed in Orange County with Chapel Hill and some of those other municipalities. And they have an actual strategy process, and it had a lot of community engagement. And I think the municipalities provided some technical assistance and framework, but it was largely a community-driven process. So I've asked staff to actually confer with the governing bodies there in Orange County to figure out what role government played versus the community, and then coordinate with our advocates here in Apex to provide them with our learning and maybe help equip them to do something similar to what was done in Orange County. So it is already part of our work plan.
But what I would maybe ask that be added is, we have one that's in our planning jurisdiction, but not in our municipality. And it'd be nice if the county was involved somehow in this too, the one by Felton Grove. So
Yeah, and
I'm not sure they've been involved or not yet, but it'd be good to have them at the table somehow.
Right, and that would be the hope. Right now, we're doing the research and investigation, so then we can come back to who all might be your potential partners.
Yeah.
To make this thing happen, but
Okay.
we're doing the research and investigation phase first, and then we'll start to tap potential partners and advocates and the like to see what we can create in response to that concern.
Yeah, because you're dealing with homeowners, renters.
And, you know, possible concerned property owners too.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, and this is just, you know, part of the process in my head, we would have a piece of property already ready to go that, you know, we have land banked that is in a land trust potentially, right? That people could just move to that place. But we don't have that right now, so.
And it gets a
You just
little
already built two.
complicated too, because a lot of the mobile homes are older and may not survive a move. And that's the other tricky piece to this. And so we had some conversations with some folks who had worked with Habitat in Charlottesville, Virginia, where they actually, their situation was a little different, but the mobile home community was provided to Habitat. They had some additional land. And so Habitat started building homes. And then as those homes became available, they actually transitioned people from the mobile home into the regular single family home. That takes a lot of resources and collaboration, but we were shown that model and talked to a few people about that. So it's definitely part of our radar.
Anything else on that one? Anything else on any of the red in this?
Just to talk about the Rosenwald School. It's not good news, but.
Yeah.
I don't think council where we're at.
Who wants to?
I sort of say what I know is like we lost momentum and we weren't able really to find a partner to accept the school. The owner was willing to give it up. But having either a community partner or a landowner who's willing to locate it and then take care of it has been a challenge. So, and we've been trying to avoid us doing it and us owning it, putting over parkland and having to be another chunk of the house that we just own to do. So that's kind of where.
We did have a conversation with some staff regarding the library, the new library location, and they did not want to go into any details about where that location was, even though we knew. But they are interested in having some conversation maybe at the beginning of the year about a potential location. What does that look like? So in terms of building up that momentum, Celeste and I are working together to bring the group back together and to see what that's going to look like. But what we didn't want to do, because the same staff had been speaking with some of the committee members, they had gone to them and done a presentation.
Which committee?
The Rosenwald Community, what is it called? Councilman? The committee,
The friendship community.
Friendship Community Committee. That's made up groups that were from the church, both churches. And I think that group also included a commissioner and some other folks within the community. So because they had spoken with them, they let us know that. And so just bringing everybody back together at the beginning of the year, once that acquisition had taken place, and they're willing to be more open about what that's going to look like.
A joint project between the county and the town to fix it up and move it. Sounds awesome.
And library side is part of the library.
Yeah.
Anything else in red?
Annex.
You want to talk about? Okay, so what we'd like to do, I think there's 12. We were originally gonna have to rank. I don't think we need to do that. We've got 12. I feel like we've got good direction. I am gonna ask any staff in the room if they have any questions of council of anything that's in red. Okay, seeing none. What I'd like to do is take the red out of here and then at the retreat, potentially have a follow-up on the 12 red. Because in theory, we've got planned for quite a few of these, some of them in various stages. So we'll follow up with you next officially on this at the retreat. You'll see some of these items between now and then, but if not, we'll follow up on the retreat, hopefully close out here and then bring a focus to the new initiatives. Closing on. Sound good? Okay. That, we're done.
Anything else? Anything else that we need to cover?
Anyone else?
Anybody else? Anything? I just want to note once again, we're in the room.
Yes.
So-
There's a better.
Yeah, we gotta fill the time though, right?
Yeah. And we're done. Good hard work, everyone.